and Happy New Year. I'd like to remind everyone that this meeting is being filmed, so be on your good behavior. Also like to ask that you make sure that the envelope in front of you is for your lunch money. BJ Byram is here to help us today since Cindy couldn't make it. So please make sure that your money is in the envelope when she comes around to pick it up. First item on the agenda is consideration of the minutes for May 12th, 2014 meeting. This was the meeting prior to the meeting in the fall regarding distance education.
There are some additional copies of the minutes on the table right here in the corner. If for some reason you didn't get it or would like to take a second look.
Do I have an motion? We have a second. Okay, and do we have a vote? All in favor? Opposed? Okay, thank you. Minutes are approved. With that, agenda item number 3, comments on graduate program approval. Dr. Raymund Paredes. Welcome, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, thank you all for service on this important committee. We take the work of these committees very seriously, and and your comments and your suggestions, your advice make a difference in the way we go about our business. And once again, thank you for coming, particularly on a lousy weather day like this. I asked to be on the agenda this morning because I wanted to talk about some concerns that I have about graduate education, particularly doctoral education in Texas, in the context of what's going on all over the country. I'm concerned that we still have what I consider to be a high volume of proposals for new graduate and, once again, particularly doctoral programs. I wanted to suggest some ways we can deal with the current situation, not only here in Texas but nationally. I have in front of me an article from Inside Higher Education, which appeared recently, December the 8th, 2014. And I'm sure most of you saw this. And the headline of the article is "Number of PhDs Awarded Climbs, Recipients' Job Prospects Dropping." And the first paragraph reads this way: "Universities are awarding doctoral degrees at an accelerating pace, despite the fact that the career prospects of those who receive their PhDs appear to be worsening." And as you know, the National Science Foundation came out with its annual survey of doctoral programs and recipients, and pointed out that the job market is worsening. That's not only one consideration, but there's some other considerations that I hope that you will bear in mind as you go back to your campuses and talk to your fellow administrators and colleagues, faculty colleagues, about the desire to increase the number of doctoral programs at your campuses. I'm very concerned about funding for higher education, and particularly graduate education. If you look at national data, it's pretty clear that in critical areas like financial support for graduate students, Texas lags behind. Even our flagship institutions are not competitive with their peers. I've heard that very many times from the presidents of UT Austin and Texas A&M. The data bear their concerns out. If you look at state support for higher education in Texas, it's gone up in absolute dollars, but it's gone down in terms of student FTE support. I am concerned that if we continue to try to expand graduate education, except under very carefully controlled conditions, what we are going to do is institutionalize mediocrity in graduate education in Texas, because we simply don't have the resources to provide adequate levels of support for most of the programs that are being proposed. There are some other issues that we're simply not confronting very effectively. I've noticed a couple of studies in the past year or so. There were several studies I saw in engineering that claim that there are no shortages of engineers at any level. Baccalaureate-trained engineers, graduate-trained engineers, and there certainly isn't a shortage of engineers at the PhD level. There was a recent book by a faculty member at Harvard, and I looked for it this morning. I couldn't find the name or the book. It pointed out that the clearest indication that there isn't a shortage in science and engineering in terms of PhD production is the fact that salaries for people in those fields have remained flat for about 10 years or so, and that the clearest economic evidence that there's a shortage in a given field is that wages go up for those that are completing programs in fields that are underserved, and that hasn't happened in engineering. The RAND Corporation, which is one of the in my mind, one of the most prestigious research organizations in the country, has for a number of years pointed out that there are no compelling data to suggest that there are shortages of engineers nationally. There might be some locally, for example, in Texas because of the extraordinary expansion of the petrochemical industry, but nationally there is not. And there is no shortage of engineers in universities that might hire PhDs. Remember that the market for PhDs in the private sector has decreased. The private sector does very little research any longer, and consequently the major supply or the major need for the supply of engineers that are being produced at the graduate level are universities. And those don't seem to be significant. There are no significant shortages in those areas. The other issue that I've been paying very close attention to is something I've been very much aware of ever since I was a graduate dean myself, and that is that the argument that, and this is an argument that we see very frequently in the proposals for doctoral programs that we get, particularly in engineering and science. They will cite a document, usually a professional document in a given field, that say that institutions X, Y, and Z are looking for PhDs in electrical engineering and mechanical engineering and so forth. And I point out that when we respond to these claims from institutions here in Texas proposing doctoral programs, what we say in turn, and usually at my instigation, is just because there's a shortage doesn't mean that we need a new doctoral program. Because all the top, let's say that there's a shortage, there were 100 unfilled engineering positions at universities last year. All the top 20 programs in the country have to do is increase their class sizes by 2 or 3 students, and they will meet that demand immediately. And the evidence suggests that the vast majority of universities of whatever level of excellence prefer to hire graduates of about 20 programs. When I was a dean of a graduate school at UCLA, we surveyed not only UCLA but the entire UC system. And I'm not suggesting that that's a model for the state of Texas. I'm just suggesting what the data show. We found out that the University of California hired over 80% of its faculty from 10 institutions. And you know what institutions those are: Harvard, Yale, Princeton, Stanford, Berkeley, Michigan. So that the argument to say that we need this new PhD program is because there's a shortage nationally is not very compelling. We are going to tighten our review of the marketability of degrees, because I'm very concerned. We are creating, or expanding, I should say, the number of young people who receive doctoral degrees and don't have very good career prospects. There was a survey that was done very recently among job seekers at the MLA, the Modern Language Association, an organization I'm very familiar with because I was an English professor. Points out that not only is a job market tight for everybody, but the data now show that unless you come from one of the top 20 programs in the country, your chances of getting a tenure-track job, your chance of getting a long-term lectureship with security of employment are vastly reduced. And the question I get from deans: does that mean that we can't expand doctoral programs because we can't compete with the top institutions? Well, to a large extent, that's exactly what it means. Because our primary concern, our fundamental concern, still has to be the welfare of our students. When I was a graduate dean 30 years ago, nearly 30 years ago now, the average time, I remember we produced PhDs in the sciences and engineering. The student would go off and do a postdoc for a year, 2 max. And then you get a tenure-track job at a good university. Now postdocs extend 3, 4, 5, 6 years, and you end up as a lecturer at a regional university somewhere. We have to be attentive to the realities of the job market. And our number one consideration has to be the welfare of the students. We are going to change our processes a bit. As I mentioned before, we're going to place a greater emphasis on marketability. We're going to take a closer look at the levels of graduate student support. And nobody expects graduate students to live in the lap of luxury, but they shouldn't have to take a vow of poverty for 5 or 6 years in order to achieve some sort of graduate degree. We're going to look at admission standards, to take a close look at admission standards, and we want institutions to be specific about those standards. Because we want to make sure that the programs are high quality. Imagine the situation for a student who comes out of a program that has mediocre or less than stellar standards in a job market like this. We simply cannot send students or graduates into that kind of environment. We're going to take a very close look at the quality of existing programs. so that if an institution proposes a new PhD program in a particular field, we're going to look at the programs that already exist on that campus. And if we see that there isn't a uniform excellence, we're going to suggest to you that you improve your existing programs rather than propose a new one. There are a couple of other issues. I'm concerned about the increasing reliance on international students, particularly in science and in engineering programs. I don't think, knowing members of the legislature as I do, I don't think that members of the legislature would be pleased to discover that we have a number of engineering and science programs where 60, 70, 75% of graduate students are international students. We need to look at a mix and make sure that we are training students from Texas and from other states, at least in equivalent numbers. We're going to place more reliance on our outside reviewers to evaluate the quality of programs, and we're going to draw increasingly ask reviewers to take a look at programs from top programs to make sure that our programs have a chance to help their students be competitive in the job market. And then finally, we're going to take a look at the time to degree and do what we can to make sure that students are not spending an inordinate amount of time in lockdown in doctoral programs. I've been suggesting to both the staff here at the coordinating board and to deans when I speak with them that I would like to see us develop more competency-based programs. To me, it doesn't make any. It's not the best approach to say that we have a hard standard of 60 hours of courses beyond the baccalaureate or 60 hours beyond the master's degree before in order to complete a PhD. We should go more towards competency-based advancement so that when students can pass rigorous qualifying exams, they're advanced to candidacy. It doesn't take everybody 3 or 4 years of coursework to master a body of knowledge. And it would help if we could get students out more quickly. That would reduce debt. That would reduce cost to the institution. And it might give students a bit of an advantage. I know that when I was a department chair and we were looking at hiring new faculty members, we would look at time to degree. And we would look at time to degree as an indication of a candidate's diligence. And we noticed that there was a relationship between time to degree and the likelihood that a faculty member would get tenure in a highly competitive publishing environment. And we assume that if it takes somebody 7 or 8 years to complete a dissertation, that it might mean that once employed as a assistant professor, that student wouldn't meet the deadlines to qualify for tenure. So I hope that I'd like to have a conversation about some of these ideas. I'd be happy to entertain any questions you have. But I think we're at a crisis in this country. And I think we have to recognize, I hear presidents tell me frequently they can hire PhDs from any institution in the country they want. And I think that's true to a large extent. And so we need to make sure that if we're producing PhDs who spent 5 or 6 years, longer sometimes, 7 or 8 years, acquiring a degree and racking up debt, we need to make certain those students are employable. So with that, I'll stop and if you all have any questions or any comments, be delighted to hear them. Yes, sir.
First, I apologize for coming in a little late and being disruptive. But one of the comments I'd like to make relates to making sure that regardless of discipline, that we gauge or have the appropriate barometer for success in terms of placing the students. As by convention in the biomedical sciences, for example, which is what I'm most familiar with, the adage has been, unless the person secures a faculty position at an academic institution, they haven't met some key barometer for success. We've started evolving our way of thinking, but it's slow. And I think if we're going to use the marketability standard as part of the analysis, I think one of the things that we all have to all educate each other is what truly represents an appropriate placement of that individual. How are they using their training towards their career path? So I'll just offer that as a perspective.
I think that's a terrific point. I think we shouldn't be totally concerned about reproducing ourselves. And I am very supportive, by the way, of of some PhD programs we see here and there that aim to train their students more broadly than simply for academic jobs. There are Doctor of Arts degrees that are beginning to pop up here and there that have found that there are openings available for people that have doctoral degrees and can demonstrate they have very strong communication skills, they have very strong writing skills that might be applicable in areas outside of academia. I completely agree with you, and I welcome that. I think I don't necessarily look at every proposal that we get for doctoral programs, but if I saw a program that made a very strong case for the employability of somebody outside of academia, I would consider that to be a significant advantage and favorable point about that proposal. Yes, sir.
So I'm Victor Prybutok from the University of North Texas, and I agree essentially with almost everything you said, but I feel compelled to elaborate on a particular issue related to placement in academia. I've chaired over 20 dissertations. Every single one of my students was employed, and 18 of them went on to be assistant professors directly from graduation at University of North Texas. So the question is, what is that makes them employable and competitive? And all my students finish in a timely manner, 3 to 4 years. They all have publications. But in addition, and this is a conversation I had with someone who was the dean of a much more prestigious institution who had his own PhD from Stanford. I asked him, how many of the students who graduated with you from Stanford would have gone to Wichita Falls? And he said none. And the reality is I placed one of my students there, and she went on to become the dean of the College of Business there. And I'm happy to place my students at Texas State and Georgia Southern and Mississippi State, and my students get 10 or more interviews at INFORMS, Institute for Operations Research and Management Science, Decision Sciences, have multiple job offers. So my point is, there's really a stratified market out there, and I think you know this, but we need to recognize that we're supplying students who may have actually more options than someone from Stanford, even though we like to think that they're easily placed. Their ambitions, their desires, their chairs push on them is so different than what we do for our students that we're not doing our students a disservice, at least in the College of Business.
Well, let me respond to you in several ways. First of all, I'm on a board at Stanford, and one of the things we always talk about is we talk about the marketability of PhDs produced in the programs that I oversee as part of the advisory board. I think, number one, that people from places like Stanford and Berkeley and Harvard and Yale are becoming less demanding and where they're willing to interview and so forth, because they know how tough the job market is. So I think that they are willing to go to Midwestern, and they are willing to go to places where 15 years ago they might not have even considered. And secondly, I applaud you for your mentoring of your students and getting them ready for the job market. And if you send us a proposal for a doctoral program in a given field, and you provided evidence that all the students that you've mentored have been very competitive, there are a lot of people that want to teach at small institutions, at teaching institutions rather than research universities, who would rather teach at small schools than private schools. They'd rather live in Tyler than they would in San Antonio. That's fine with me. We're not suggesting that we're only going to approve doctoral programs that get their graduates jobs at top prestigious universities. Marketability means exactly that. If there's a market for these students, and you can demonstrate that your students have gotten jobs, or students at a particular program have gotten jobs, or a graduate dean has had enormous success in revamping and formulating the graduate programs in a way that the students are more marketable, we applaud you, and we would encourage other institutions to do the same. I don't discriminate among institutions. We just need to get students jobs. Other questions? Yes, sir.
I think you have to realize that students at the early part of their career are looking towards the mentor, her doctor professor, as a way of extending their continuance. I've graduated 19 PhDs. 5 of them are now associate professors and so forth. The rest are all in industry. What we try to do is to provide an interdisciplinary approach that the students are versatile, that they can select, as distinct from sort of being, they're not cloning me, they're not cloning other members of the faculty, but we're trying to ensure that they can talk across boundaries. And I'm a physicist, but my students also talk about kilocalories as well as electron volts. In other words, the point is that the training is the essential ingredient as to their job prospects. And if you start with the concept and build it into the program, provide the transferable skills that people are talking about in today's market. And if you look at the European market, I've gone to a couple of conferences in Europe. They're so far advanced in this process. We're not. We tend to think you're in there, you disappear into the lab for 3 years, and then you come out and you're finished. And that's not the way it works.
I agree.
You've got to sort of make them ready to get on the stage and to be the actor in whatever they choose to do. We had a 22-year-old who got a PhD recently at UT Dallas.
I saw that.
Right. Now, that student elected not to go into academia. That's fine. He decided to go into the software market. Okay. Now, when he started, we thought, well, we don't know where he's going to go, but the point was he had the skill set, the transferable skills that allowed him to make the choice. I would much prefer to see that built into our program and our offerings, that we can in fact talk about making the students Catholic in the way they approach the whole research agenda, teaching the academic agenda, so that they have choices.
I think that's precisely what we need to do more of. We need to train students to work beyond academia. To go back to this Stanford thing, I was talking to they have some odd combinations of disciplines for some of the deans. I was talking to the dean of the humanities and the sciences, and he was saying that one of the real critical issues, apparently it's reaching crisis stage. He said that they are getting so many students now, both the undergraduate and graduate level, who have only one goal. They want to create the next super popular app that is going to make them billionaires within 2 years after they complete their credential at Stanford. And they're worried that they don't have nearly as many students as they used to have who are planning to go to into academia. And of course, Stanford is a very heavily STEM-focused institution. But he said he said, for example, at Stanford, remember, he's a dean of sciences and humanities. He said there's something like 50 anthropology majors at Stanford now, 60 English majors. Everybody is majoring in computer science. He said that over 90% of all freshman students at Stanford take computer science in their first quarter, and they're worried about losing the academic focus of the university. Well, that's a very different problem from the one you're talking about. But no, those are precisely the kinds of programs we would be most interested in supporting. Programs that train students beyond academia and make their skill set more attractive in the private sector.
Point?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think the focus and time to degree, and I want to introduce the concept of the part-time versus the full-time student. That is a community that we serve in the Dallas area, right, that are not full-time. So their statistics with respect to completion is different than a student who comes in full-time. How do you see this in the context of new degree applications, or is this something we should now be moving away from?
No, I think you just I think you need to indicate what percentage of your students are part-time, and you give us data. We know, give us data on the completion rates for both full and part-time students. We know from all kinds of studies that part-time students finish in much smaller percentages than full-time students do. Being full-time versus part-time is to a large extent a function of graduate support. Correct. So one of the things we need to do is we need to make sure that as we're proposing graduate programs that my experience as a graduate dean was the programs that were most successful were the ones that had a critical mass of full-time students who carried on the intellectual traditions and really were the core of the intellectual community in a given discipline or a given department. And if all your graduate students are part-time students, and you could see this very dramatically in the School of Education, where virtually 100% of their students were part-time. They were working principals, working assistant superintendents who needed a doctorate to be strong candidates for superintendencies, and the intellectual community that existed in programs dominated by part-time students was simply not as strong as it was for full-time students. But yes, you should serve both, particularly in professional fields like education. But the question is, how do you make sure that your students get a solid education and, once again, are competitive on the job market? I'd be very concerned if you're only graduating 25% of your part-time students over, let's say, 10 years. And I know a lot of institutions and departments where that's the case. That's not healthy. Yes.
So I wanted to also add, so we talked some, and I think a lot of the universities are recognizing this professional development that Austin talked about and how that's critically important. I think the other part, though, is really helping the students recognize where the opportunities are. Because, you mentioned English. And so quite often, many of those English majors, they only want to be professors, when the reality is maybe that's not where the opportunity is, but there's plenty of opportunity for PhDs in English and other, fields. And I think that's the second thing that we all are focusing on, is really being able to educate our students on the career opportunities and helping them be more realistic so they won't sit in some non-tenure track position for years and years because they're still waiting for that opportunity to come that won't, but really maybe there are some very fulfilling opportunities that would, utilize their skills and stuff like that. And I think that's the other, challenge that we need to, to kind of focus on.
I think we, one of the subtexts of this discussion is we need innovation in doctoral programs. We need innovation very badly, and I think your point about Europe being way ahead of us, and I've been reading about these Doctors of Arts programs, which seem to be catching hold in Europe more than they have in the United States. So I think that's a terrific possibility to take a close look at. Yes. My hometown.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
All right. Well, I've been thinking about this, and it's only starting to come together now, hearing your comments. So I'll try my best to be concise. But you have a comment about the legislature would not be pleased to discover that 75% of the students are international students.
I don't think so.
And I understand that. And especially in statistics and mathematical sciences, that's the case across the country. It's not just Texas. And so the National Science Foundation and the National Institutes of Health has been pouring money into summer programs for students to try to attract domestic students to these areas. And change will occur over time. So we're not going to see this quantum change in the number of students enrolled in graduate programs coming from our domestic population. So there has to be a certain amount of patience there, is what I'm thinking to myself. So that would be part of the plan. Where are we headed? Where are we now, and where are we headed? And then I was also thinking about then, if it's not just Texas that has this program, it's a problem, it's a national problem. So how do other schools justify having so many international students in their programs? And their programs are growing. How are they going to justify those additional 1 or 2 students to have more statistics majors to place? And I was thinking that maybe the piece that needs to be also considered is the quality of life, the funds brought into the community, because faculty are the brains, students are the brawn. And so research capacity comes from brains and brawn. And the brains and the brawn together produce the technology, the translation, and the research that is bringing funds into the community. So does it really matter whether that brawn, together with the brains, is coming from the international community or if it's coming from the domestic? Yes, I want to develop our students and give our students these opportunities and jobs. I'm not arguing against that. I just kind of want to modulate the concept that it's all bad to have international and students in our so many international students in our program. And let me say, if I can just give me one more chance to say it concisely, because they're providing the brains, if you can think of it that way, the faculty with the ability to do the research, to program the results, to make for example, the programs available to other people. And they're allowing us to have a larger impact. And it brings research dollars into the community.
Well, let me respond in several ways. I feel fine, but I don't know why I have this hoarseness in my voice. It's allergies, I'm sure. I'm not sympathetic to the argument that we have to have a PhD program because our faculty need research assistants. I have an old-fashioned idea. I still see myself primarily I was a faculty member for 30 years. I see myself primarily as a teacher. And I think that as teachers, our number one priority should be the welfare of our students. I frankly, I don't think many graduate students would be very pleased with the characterization and the split between the brain and the brawn. I think I didn't say that having international students was bad, but I think that if there's a huge imbalance, I think that members of the legislature would be concerned about that, because they're saying, this is Texas taxpayer money, and we're paying to train students from other countries that are going to go back, and they're not going to be significant contributors to the economy or the quality of life in Texas or other states. I think that's, and I've heard that argument lots of times. Please let me finish my point. I've said for years that we've been addressing the wrong problem in Texas. That we hear claims that there are shortages of, let's say, engineers or computer scientists. So we create more programs in engineering and computer science. That's not what the problem is. The problem is we don't produce enough highly qualified students out of high school that can do rigorous STEM work. And I agree with your initial point. The first thing that if we want to expand STEM work in our universities at both the undergraduate and graduate levels, we need to work much more effectively as people in higher education with K through 12 to expand the number of students that can do that kind of work. If you look at our ACT scores in science and math, if you look at our SAT scores in math, you can tell at a glance that's a major problem right there. But we have to. We're going to have to enlarge the pipeline, and that's another reason that we have such a heavy reliance on international students, because there aren't enough domestic students, there aren't enough Texas students that can do the work in some of those disciplines. But I strongly disagree with the characterization of the characterization of faculty as a brain and graduate students as a brawn. I think graduate students want to be brains too. And,
yes, and I agree with you. That's an oversimplification, because I think of the graduate students as being the raw material that we work with them to develop their skills. And it's a synergism, because by mentoring them, we also get ideas and we grow. But together, a functioning body needs both the research capacity as well as the innovative ideas that will be implemented. So it's the implementation of those innovative ideas that requires time and energy, and the students provide that for us.
I agree with that, and I understand the role of graduate students quite well. I'm simply saying that our number one priority has to be the welfare of those students as they proceed towards the end of their programs and into the job market.
Can I say one more thing?
Yes.
All right. And, well, you mentioned a study about the indication of that the time to degree is an indication of the candidate's diligence. That one really has made me pause and think about the importance, again, of the development of untapped resources. And again, I'm going to use an analogy, but usually the untapped resources are the hardest to get at because they're untapped, right? So if you think about untapped resources in oil and gas, it usually involves all the easy stuff has been gotten out, and now you've got to go deeper. Well, if you're going after untapped resources, I'm talking about people who haven't necessarily thought about careers in science, or maybe that poverty pulls them down. And even providing a certain amount of financial support is not going to level the playing field for them. And that poverty can be something that affects the time to degree. And I haven't figured out how to take that into consideration. And there's also knowing how to work the system. For example, I don't know, I just, something that strikes me is, for example, at UTEP we have, I don't know if other universities do this, but we'll have courses on teaching students table manners. You know, how do you behave at a fancy restaurant? This may not it may not be something that students at Stanford would need as part of their mentoring. This takes time.
Do that at the graduate level?
No. But, well, who knows? Who knows? I might be the kind of person that steps on toes and says not quite the right thing at the right time because maybe I just didn't get that kind of mentoring, and it becomes more, maybe the disadvantage becomes more apparent as you move up the ladder and become a little more visible. And graduate programs require a little bit more of working in teams, making a right impression the first time, if you're going to get the right thesis advisor. So things aren't always based on intellect. Our decisions, our choices, the faculty mentor's choice of a student isn't only based on intellect. It's also based on a certain amount of, we choose people who look like our brothers and sisters. And so time to degree is only measuring the people that have the turbojet behind them because they fit in. And I can't be more concise about it, but I'd like to figure out a way to incorporate all these other aspects that can slow down a person. And it's not their fault, and it's not lack of diligence. But it's just trying to figure things out.
Other questions, comments? Yes, sir.
Mohammed Abdelrahman, A&M Kingsville. And I just want to make a couple of comments. So on international student, obviously I came as an international student and I'm still here in this country. And from the couple of institutions that I was there in electrical engineering, about 80% to 90% of the faculty, not the students, were international students at some point. So we probably also need to tell the legislators that, you know, the value that international students are doing to this country all the time. So again, probably not just electrical engineering, but engineering in general. Still over 75% of the faculty were international students, their first generation. But I agree with your point about really encouraging domestic, and we're doing all we can to do that, but it's sometimes a hard battle when they see a job that's paying $70,000, $80,000 as a 21 or 22 years old. I'm having the struggle with my own son. So, but in terms of marketability, I also want to make the comment that I don't think we want to look at the first, point of entering the market where the brand name makes a difference. We hire so many faculty from very top-notch institutions, some of them from Princeton and so on, and some of them didn't even come to the tenure decision. They even have to be forced out. So the brand name sometimes does not mean, the success after the initial, marketability.
We know that.
Right. It's just that we have seen more success, or we have seen the correlation actually is towards the mid, maybe the successful programs and so on in the middle rather than the top-notch schools, at least from the perspective perspective of a small institution. So I just want to make that when we are deciding on marketability of the students of a certain program, we have to consider a longer-term marketability, not just the initial, hiring. And I like the point that was being made is that the evaluation of the program will be based on the quality of the program itself, not just the name of the institution, that's submitting that program. It does make a difference, but usually smaller institutions, less prestigious ones, do put a lot of effort in developing the new programs, because rather than having few hundred programs, we mainly have 2 or 3 that we are focused on. Thank you.
Fair enough. Any other comments? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Turn out which.
Deborah Garrison from Midwestern State University. And I'm curious, as you talk about doctoral degrees that are more innovative, I'm curious if you might comment upon your perception with regard to clinical doctoral degrees.
Well, I like the idea of clinical degrees. Obviously, in certain fields, it's occurring more and more. I've had conversations with graduate deans and with senior administrators, for example, in health-related institutions, and they talk about producing more of these. And they tell me that there's a market for these. I remember when I had conversations with Ken Shine when he was Executive Vice Chancellor of the UT System for Health-Related Programs. He talked about moving more towards some clinical degrees, and he said that they would be competency-based, and I see that UT is doing more of that. I think that's a good thing. I think we need to tailor the training of our students to marketplace realities. And see, I agree very much with Austin that we've been slow to respond to the changing marketplace for people with graduate degrees. Professional fields have been much more adept at that than people in academic areas. But I'm trying to encourage innovation in the way we do graduate education. I'm perfectly willing to accept the idea that we want to give students an opportunity at a graduate education that might, in more conventional settings, wouldn't receive that opportunity. That's fine with me. My point is, if you I mentioned we were going to take a close look at admission standards, and if you have innovative admission standards that take into account socioeconomic circumstances, that's fine. Just graduate the students and make them marketable. Any other questions or comments? We will be working very closely with all of you. As I said, these are ideas that I've shared with my colleagues here at the coordinating board, and I wanted to vet them at this meeting. But we haven't come up with any hard and fast policy changes. But we want to move in the directions that I've indicated and make sure that our graduate programs are strong, that they're grounded in a rich atmosphere of other strong graduate programs, and that we're making our students are graduating with marketable skills and with degrees that are attractive not only in academia but beyond. So.
Commissioner, thank you for presenting this nice challenge to us at the beginning of 2015. The rest of our meeting will be talking about the strategic plan for graduate studies. We'll be talking about the legislative agenda, and I think this will fit nicely into our discussions going forward.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Okay, there's been a little bit of a revision of the agenda. Going down to item number 4. Item 4 will be number 9. Item number 5 will be agenda item 8. The next item on the agenda will be number 6, which will be now number 4. That will be Dr. Rex Peoples. I'll introduce him in just a second. Item number 7 is lunch. That's now item number 6. Item number 8 is now number 7. And item number 9 is now item number 5. Okay. And
is there an exam on this?
Okay. I'll introduce each item as it comes along, so if you lost track there, we'll catch up. In the meantime, item number 4, the next item is Dr. Rex Peoples will be talking about the strategic plan for graduate education.
Well, actually, he won't. Dr. Peoples has to go to a meeting. He'll be back in about 30 minutes.
30 minutes, okay.
I'll promise I'll be back in half an hour.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe we can dovetail all of this.
Okay,
so
with that, I believe we're going to move item number 9, overview of current coordinating board issues relating to graduate education. Dr. James Goeman has volunteered to step up and take over item number 4. And I have no idea what numbers go where now.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, James.
Morning, everyone. Thank you for traveling and the chill and the damp. It's good to see everybody. Hope you're having a good New Year. So, yeah, there are 3 items that I'd like to share with you, just the things going on here in the division, here at the agency, but most particularly in our efforts to serve you, serve the graduate schools, serve the institutions. One of those things is to try to keep our workforce adequate to the task. Every year we get a lot of proposals, and we have a lot of existing programs to review. And I'm glad to say that in the fall, a few months ago, we got authorization to conduct a search for a new program director, and that is now underway. We had a posting late last year in the late fall. That posting is now closed. We have 24 applicants, and I'm going through those applications right now and looking for them. I hope to have some interviews scheduled end of this month or early next month, and have someone on board to introduce to you, I hope at your next meeting, come late spring or probably during the summer would probably be the next time that you guys would meet. Hope to have a new program director to introduce to you at that time. Second is that we will be working to revise particularly the doctoral proposal form and the institutional guidance that we provide to you. I don't know exactly all the ways we're going to be revising it, but certainly we're going to be looking at what we're asking you on the form, and then what the Commissioner and David Gardner and Rex all want us to be looking at as far as your doctoral proposals. And we'll try to get those 2 things to have as much close congruence as we can, to make sure that it's very clear to you all the items that we expect. For instance, job market need. Well, job market need, what's that? Well, right, okay, well, here are the specific things that we might want for job market need, and you need to make sure that you address these items, or the same with the admission standards, or certainly a lot of the information about existing doctoral programs. We want to make sure that you tell us a good bit of detail both about your existing doctoral programs, also about other doctoral programs around the state that might be functioning already. What are their standards at other institutions? Yes.
Will we have a chance as a Geac to look at those changes and give some suggestions?
Yes, that should be possible. The timing of it, I think, will just depend on when we get that work done and when your meeting falls. But yeah, we'll certainly do our best to share with you whatever changes we're planning to make. And third, is a graduate program review. So you guys have gotten all of your last year, fiscal year, 13-14 reviews in. We've gone through and reviewed those. And now we'll be turning our attention to the next year, the 14-15 reviews. And I'm glad to say that I've been working with the IT staff, and most importantly, we've managed to make a big correction to the graduate program review system. I'm sure you've noticed that we had a very consistent, yeah, Michelle's smiling too. We had an ongoing problem with the system because we had it tied directly to the program inventory. And what happened was, anytime you guys would make changes to your program inventories, it would throw the graduate program review schedule completely out of whack. Yeah, the poor computer would get confused and not realize that this, doctoral program in engineering that used to be in the Department of Computer Engineering, but now it's in the Department of Industrial, Environmental, and Computer Engineering, say. And it doesn't realize that that's the same program. So anytime that you'd make these administrative changes, or you might change the title or the zip code of one of your programs, master's or doctorate, it would just confuse the poor computer system, and then you'd come to me, also confused, saying, James, what happened to my programs? They're not on the schedule anymore. And then I'd have to go through and take some steps to try to fix that. And that just caused a lot of extra work for you and for me, and it wasn't very helpful. So what the computer guys did was they simply went through and they decoupled the program inventory and the graduate program review system so that they don't constantly try to sync up, because that syncing up was what was causing the problem. So now what we'll do is we'll keep our graduate program review schedule pretty fixed, except with manual changes that you might ask me to make. And we'll keep that through 2019 when this review cycle ends. Then in 2019, we'll open it back up and we'll resync everything, because during that interval, you will have deleted programs, you will have added new programs, and so we'll need to update the schedule to match up with the program inventory. But we'll just do that once at the beginning of the new cycle, and then again, we'll decouple it once again so it won't keep trying to make changes constantly. And so this will be the plan going forward, and I hope it'll produce more consistency and less disruption. That's all I have. Those are the 3 items that I wanted to tell you about.
James, is there a legislative agenda for the coordinating board related to graduate studies?
I took a look and I talked to John Wyatt, who's the head of our external relations department, and he and I both agreed, having looked over our items, that they tend to focus on undergraduate education. For instance, the incentive funding is all about undergraduate measures. And the same with the other items that we have. We have a number of important legislative items which will affect your institutions, but they're not directly related to graduate education. And so that's why I didn't have anything on this list to tell you, basically, because having consulted with the head of external relations, we both agreed that there's just simply not any items that are specific to you guys and your concerns.
Thank you.
As far as your program review, you said, where are we at about actually getting responses back? Mm-hmm. I think we've had one.
Okay.
From the several years.
Right. Right. What we've got is a bunch of them that have worked their way up in the queue, and a number of them have not yet been released. So what I anticipate is that pretty soon you'll kind of start getting batches and floods of these coming back to you. That's what I anticipate. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we're waiting for Dr. Peoples to return, so we're going to interject. Thank you, James. I appreciate it. We're going to interject item number 12 at this point. Item 12 was, sorry about this. Item 12 is the discussion of the definition of full-time enrollment for graduate students and its relation to financial aid eligibility. This item was brought forward to Austin Cunningham by a faculty member from UTEP. And it's an item that some of you may have been challenged on recently, and so we felt like it was worth the discussion and perhaps a possible resolution that we might be able to take a look at this. The issue, I think, is coming from colleges of education in particular. There's TEA rules that define financial aid for students in the College of Education, and typically College of Education students, at least at our institution, are part-time, taking 6 hours, and because full-time is 9 hours, they don't qualify. So there's an interest in making 6 hours full-time as a, by definition, in order to facilitate the grants that come from TEA. And there's probably some other ramifications of this that we might also discuss. So I'd like to open it up to discussion to see what other institutions are, what your perspective on this issue is.
I guess my question is, I thought full-time enrollment was institution-based. In other words, the institution gets to decide what makes full-time enrollment. So it really becomes something that your financial aid office is deciding or not. Is that everyone's understanding?
It's not the financial. They follow rules that we actually have. So, but I think everything will be impacting financial aid, because I think it's like a fixed pool that all the financial aid is coming from. So redefining full-time, lower or higher, will impact some students. So.
But it's done institutionally?
It's done institutionally, and we had to change it. So.
Yeah, so that's my understanding too, is that it's not done statewide, it's done institutionally so that your office can do that. The other thing that affects financial aid for education students is a lot of the certifications don't qualify for financial aid according to the federal government. And I think that probably affects a larger portion of your education students, because a lot of those programs do not qualify.
So what are you saying? They could qualify if we redefined the certification?
Ours do at 6.
Okay. Okay.
But I think, isn't it that you have to, whatever's your definition is your definition for all students, not for groups of students. And so then what you're doing is, though, you may be allowing a lot of students to register for fewer hours than you want, losing some of your SEHs to accommodate perhaps a small group. Right?
I'll note here that that's actually institutionally variable, because, at an institution like ours, that's actually most of our education students.
You're right, exactly.
And you could be. And so you have to think about, your mix.
Yeah, that's exactly. I mean, it depends on your institution, how much effect that would have. In an institution like ours, where a huge portion of our students are going to be those part-time students already, it's not really affecting us at all to be at 6, because almost all of our programs are running at 6 hours.
Just to follow up on what Karen just said, we have a grad catalog, and in there we have some minimum set to be full-time. And so in that respect, somebody could take those few credits if their program doesn't dictate more hours. But specifically in the College of Business, there's a PhD handbook. So even though you could be full-time with 6 credits per term over 3 terms in a row, the College of Business says you have to have 9 credits as a minimum. And so different programs can set different standards, even if you have a grad catalog requirement that sets a lower limit, which might help mitigate some of the lower credit risk you would take.
Yeah, agreed. I think we do exactly that we have a standard across the board that we use, and then programs can set a stricter standard, which we do with basically all of our regulations.
I would add to that, we might be talking about a difference there, though, of the institutional definition of full-time enrollment for financial aid purposes and what is required to maintain satisfactory academic performance in your program.
Correct. They're related but separate. That is right.
Exactly, that the financial aid is universal.
So I actually, to add to this question, so I recently, as you know, we integrated our Health Science Center into the university, and so I've gotten a question recently from dentistry, and so in dentistry, they have students who have DDSs, and now they are doing their specialization, and some are pursuing certificates, and some are pursuing a graduate degree, and I guess they also have an undergraduate dental hygiene program. So they are employing some of those students as teaching assistants. And the university's rule for, minimum enrollment to qualify for an assistantship is 9, 9, and 6. Well, they have received approval to have their students register for less than that, and they can receive financial aid. And so they've asked the question, should dentistry students somehow be treated differently? And so I was actually bringing that question today to ask. There is something, I think, in the code about MD students, but nothing about DDS students being eligible for non-resident waivers, because that's what they're particularly concerned about in registering less than full time. So I don't know, those of you who have maybe health science centers know if there's something, or maybe the coordinating board folks.
Good morning. My name is Sophia Montes. I'm from the UT Health Science Center in San Antonio. We have similar, interests from some of our faculty in what we call advanced dental education. Their students are pursuing certificates, and they often don't take many credit hours because that's not what their programs are approved at, and yet they want the benefits, so to speak, of MD students who qualify as professional students, meaning that 1 hour equals full-time enrollment, basically. And we have a similar question bringing to the table today. I mean, what they're basically, and at an institution like ours, it's a very slippery slope, because once you let one group call themselves professional, whatever that process is, everybody else is going to, our OTs are going to say, well, we're professional students too, therefore we don't need to be enrolled in as many hours either. PT, DNP, goes on and on, so. Sounds like no one else wants to go there either.
We just have questions. We don't have answers.
I wanted to just offer a thought. In hearing the discussion, I wonder whether the previous discussion around some a priori set expectation of completion time for their degree plays into it. Because if you do allow that slippery slope to start taking hold, then sure, you can have a 20-year program. I'm exaggerating, of course, but if there's an a priori expectation in a handbook or some other document related to the institution where beyond a certain number of years, for example, we have, and I believe it's actually a rule beyond our walls, but once they go past 10 years, their coursework no longer applies that they took 10 years prior. And the justification for that is simply knowledge changes. Knowledge gets updated. But I think if along those lines a safeguard were to be set, then you would guard against too few credits being taken to be eligible for financial aid or for just maintaining a certain level of progress. You could actually ensure a certain pace of progress. Just a thought.
Yeah, I don't think we have an answer. I think the suggestion that the low standard allows you to establish a higher standard for other things within your institution. That's, I guess, something that we see as graduate deans all the time. And I think with this policy, that's probably what you're seeing at Sam Houston State is they have this low standard across the board, but that there would be exceptions to make certain program requirements that need a higher standard.
Could we suggest that we simply introduce the standard appropriate to financial aid eligibility as a specific statement that distinguishes it from the supported student population that have a 996 or whatever it is, but we have one that is specific for each institution to eligibility for financial aid. If we were to introduce that as a statement, perhaps it would address the problem and allow people the flexibility that they require to make this work. I don't have an answer to it. I know we're caught in it like most people, but financial aid, raise the standard and say, that's it. They put the stake in the ground, and I shall not be moved.
I think that flexibility is definitely something that we're looking for, and I think the beginnings of it are there. I think it's just reluctance on the part of the institution to do something, of course, that isn't appropriate, or would cause us to be non-compliant with, the rules and regs that we're supposed to be operating under. So as an institution, from our office, from our departments, we don't have any reservations supporting that. We just feel like we don't have the authority to say, yes, of course, your advanced dental education group is in clinic all the time. There's a very finite number of years to the program. Completion within that amount of time is at or near 100%. So we don't have any concerns for, overextended stays, so to speak. We just want to make sure that we're treading carefully.
Would the chair entertain a motion to introduce terminology that sort of addresses the question that we should sort of encourage institutions to define the financial aid eligibility criteria with respect to enrollment?
Yes. Do you want to make the resolution?
Well, I'm not sure I will get the language right, but basically, I would propose and ask Geac to give consideration to a proposal that encourages institutions to define financial aid eligibility appropriate to the needs of each institution, or do we need to be specific and sort of term it in terms of a minimum of 6 hours per semester? Would that wouldn't work for you?
No.
Okay. Well, I'm still at the discussion stage, so clearly I'll entertain people more knowledgeable than me.
It's just anything with financial aid, I usually don't do it as a graduate dean by myself. I have to get the financial aid people in the room, so I worry about that part. So,
but I suspect spiritual guidance would sort of give them more flexibility and encouragement. If we do involve them and make them part of the process, then I've often found that works very nicely.
It just maybe not specifying a specific number, so we will consider, maybe, again, as you said in your original language, just consider defining this to take care of special cases or different program needs or something like that. So,
and I think maybe something
on an institutional basis, of course.
And maybe something that speaks specifically to engaging, some of our financial aid expert colleagues. I'm certainly not one of them, to make sure that we're still within, federal regs. I think that would be appropriate. Speaking specifically to the hours, I can tell you right away that our dental school dean is thinking anything less than 6 hours. So, definitely very weary of saying that anything less than 6 hours would, yes, still qualify somebody for financial aid at a full-time level, so to speak.
You see, our policy really is if it's the final course, credits that are, remaining, and it's mainly thesis, students, the 3 hours do qualify the student to be full-time, but that's again for only 2 specific semesters, and after that, the student wouldn't qualify. So we can go down, but it was with a specific language or specific, terms.
We have something similar in place, too, for our graduate school biomedical sciences students who are in those situations. We call it claiming final hours, and they basically get to take fewer hours, but we recognize as full-time students. For our institution specifically, the concern is really for our students that are in clinic 100% of the time.
And we have that for both people in their final hours for certain programs, but also for our teaching assistants and graduate assistants, so that if they're only having their dissertation hours or their thesis hours, that they can get special permission to have just fewer hours for that and still retain their assistantship.
Is that for one semester, or is it a continuing process? Because once you get into the doctoral stream, you can actually exist there for some time.
The way it's set up right now is we allow them to have it in their final 2 semesters.
And at our institution, we allow them to claim it once, so they have to be very careful about when they want to take that action.
And to come back to what you were saying, Austin, maybe to say something like, we encourage institutions to define financial age eligibility for full-time hours appropriate for student programs and needs and within financial aid regulations.
So I have a question though. So with that language, are we saying that that provides a flexibility for an institution to have a different minimum standard by program, because some programs have gotten federal approval to set minimum, like for example, dentistry, I think it's maybe 1 credit or something like that. Is what federal, so that's sort of what we're suggesting, is that then it allows a university to have more than one minimum standard, possibly, if we say that it would be tied to perhaps what has been approved by the federal government for financial aid purposes, whatever's that minimum standard. Is that what
we allow that in the final semester for doctoral students to have a 1-hour registration to qualify for being enrolled full-time, which is fine. I think if we follow the language that you suggested, I think we would need to put at least a limit on the number of semesters that it could be applied for. People will, yeah.
I think that's why we have the appropriate for the program needs, because at that point I think it does depend on what our programs are. I mean, we have some programs in education that the most they can take each semester is 6. There's nothing else offered for them to be able to do. That's all they get for full time. And then we have the possibility of not wanting somebody in another program to do that, nor do we want someone to exist forever in that limbo in the dissertation stage, right? So this, I think, hopefully opens it up just to encourage them to work with us with our programs, because different programs, I think, are going to be variable for that, and allows us to set those.
And if I might, something else that's just sort of haunting, if you will, in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about institutional definitions of full-time status and the possibility of having that on a program sort of basis, distinguishing that on a program sort of basis. And in my mind, I'm thinking, and also our institutional definition of full-time status is very closely tied, of course, to our visa processing. And when someone asks our office or our student services division about what qualifies as full-time status, we always are saying, well, are you asking for financial aid purposes, housing, visa purposes? And so I think it's just really important to remember when we're defining it for financial aid purposes, at least in my mind, and for UT Austin, that would be the same definition that's applied for visa processing purposes.
Kendi, could you repeat that again for Alan to make sure he's got it all down?
Hopefully here. Encourage institutions to define financial aid eligibility, full-time status, appropriate for student and program needs, and within financial aid regulations.
Michelle, do you want to amend that to include anything about housing or visas? Do you think that's necessary?
I don't know that I want to amend that, but simply to suggest that we keep an eye, and as we are developing that we keep an eye towards those considerations as well as we're continuing to draft that language. Is that fair?
Victor? I think Michelle's comment's accurate. It's just that I agree with her not to amend it. I mean, we've all stumbled across all of this. My understanding with my own students has been 3 credits on the dissertation is full-time for the college and the university and for their international status, and yet occasionally I get one who is trying to qualify for financial aid, since we do fund them. It's rare. But they need to take like 2 more credits, so they're taking 5 credits just for the financial aid. So anything we can do that would give financial aid flexibility and still remain within federal guidelines has got to be a plus.
Okay. Dr. Staniswalis, I'd like to thank your faculty member for bringing this forward. We'll make sure that you have her name so that you can pass on that we did discuss this at the meeting. And with that, Dr. Goeman has...
do we want to vote on that motion? The motion's on the table.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Thank you, Alan.
But before you all do a motion, I just want to point out that there are definitions within our reporting manuals related to full-time students and specifically related to doctoral students. I'm Stacy Silverman, by the way. Thank you for letting me interject myself here. But I do want to make sure that you all consider that and that it is something that's on your radar. With regard to a student who is a post-doctoral student, if you will, that's what we consider them here at the coordinating board, those dental students are actually postdoctoral students and are considered differently. They're not considered actual graduate students there. And the institution is able to make the definitional determination of what those students are.
I think, Stacy, that we're kind of talking about kind of two different considerations here. One is for reporting purposes, and our full-time equivalences are set very clearly by the coordinating board, and we follow those. There's the other that we use for our financial aid ability to decide whether someone is eligible for financial aid, and they don't always align.
Absolutely. I'm just trying to make sure that we all know what those definitions are out there.
I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that information.
Yes. Okay, so we need to have a motion to regarding this proposal.
I think Austin did.
Excuse me?
I think Austin did the motion on that.
Austin?
Right? To put that forward.
I move.
Okay, do we have a second? We have a second, thank you. And
I just asked Alan if he would forward that to Geac so that what the response is.
okay.
What you're referring to are the reporting standards, the coordinating board's reporting standards?
No, the final language that we have agreed on with respect to the proposal. Taking down.
Okay, the final language, and correct me if I'm wrong, and what we're voting on here is encourage institutions to define financial aid eligibility, full-time status, appropriate for student and program needs, and within financial aid regulations.
Could I get some clarification before we vote on it? So we're using the word, I think, financial aid a little loose, because I think, for example, there's federal financial aid, and we don't have the authority to define. And so are we talking about for students to be eligible for funding in our institutions, or are we talking about federal financial aid when we use the word financial aid in this proposal?
I would propose that we're speaking, I personally am speaking of federal aid whenever I'm thinking of this policy, not of full-time enrollment definitions as it relates to, say, a student's ability to qualify for fellowships.
Exactly. I think this is definitely, I see what you're meaning. It was a minute here for me to figure out where you were heading with that. But yes, I'm also thinking that it's financial aid that's federal financial aid, and not necessarily your assistantships and those kinds of things.
Exactly.
And that is the case. The institutions do have some flexibility in how they define full-time status for graduate programs. And so we faced that 6-9 hours debate many years ago in Kingsville.
Okay, those voting aye. And nays? Motion approved. Thank you. And with that, Dr. Goeman has volunteered to step up from number 9. Oops.
I got Rick's back.
Oh,
Well, y'all go take it in any order you want to. I'm here for the rest of for the duration. So.
Okay, I'll go ahead then. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Goeman.
Do you want to go ahead, Rex, so that we can...
Whatever y'all want to do.
Is that all right?
I'm throwing out all my notes.
Yeah, I've already got the presentation set.
So,
is that okay?
That's great. Yes.
Yeah? Okay. So, I just wanted to present you folks with some data that I've I'm sorry? Yeah. And I've got a little PowerPoint thrown up here. So basically, this is some data that I've compiled with the help of my program specialist. You folks send in a number of proposals every year, and what I've done is I've gone back and looked at the past 10 years. So we've got about a decade's worth of data from the time that I started becoming involved in graduate proposals. 2004, Commissioner Paredes became the Commissioner of Higher Education, and at that time he reorganized the agency, and part of what happened was the old Community and Technical Colleges Division was merged with the Universities and Health-Related Institutions Division. So this data that I'm going to present you covers the decade 2004 to 2014. Okay? So the first thing I want to show is just give you an overview of the proposals that we've received from this time. We've received quite a number of requests. You can see here the master's, doctoral, and professional program requests that we've received at that time. It shows by year those approved, those not approved, totals down at the bottom. Overall, we've received 168 doctoral requests during this 10-year period. That's an average of about 17 a year. Each of those proposals represents, the time that your staff has spent getting them together, seeing them through to be approved by your board, sending them on to your system office if you have one, and then forwarding it down to us, and all the time spent of our staff working with your staff to review the proposal, to ask you additional questions, to get all the information we need to present it to the commissioner and the board. Add that up, and it actually represents quite a fair amount of time, which we look here at the next table. Again, the proposals received during that same period, and we're looking at those that are approved, right? And essentially there are three levels, three types of approval. Is it not showing up on our little screens? I am sorry. And you're all craning your necks. Okay.
I have no idea what to do.
And yes. My technical knowledge could probably fit in a thimble. So let's see here. Okay. A couple of different remotes. See, even if I had chosen the right one, it wouldn't be all of the right one. Did I get it?
Maybe you did.
I got one of them.
This one over here is
I got this one here working.
We have one on, but
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Wonderful. Okay, great. Yeah. Sorry, didn't mean to increase your chiropractic bills by trying to make you crane your necks there. Okay. Appreciate it. Okay, so again, now looking at the time to approval by type. Approval type, meaning, okay, so typically, and this is what I think most of you are most familiar with, most proposals go to the board. The board has the legal, the authority and statute to approve all programs, all certificates and all programs. However, because there are so many requests at different levels, a great deal of that approval work, the board delegates to either the commissioner or to division level staff. So for instance, Rex has the authority to approve a lot of your typical certificate programs, associate degrees, bachelor's degrees, and master's degrees, with the board reserving to itself most of the authority for doctoral approval. However, there are rules that cover commissioner level approval of doctoral programs, and the rules also give the commissioner authority to delegate that authority to Rex or other staff if he wishes. And sometimes that authority is exercised. So you see here, by far, the greatest number of programs in the past year, 89, have been approved by the board. However, we've got 12 that were approved at the assistant commissioner level, and we've got 3 that were approved by the commissioner directly. So you can see there's some differences there. And just out of curiosity, I looked up for an example under staff, what were those 4 doctoral programs approved recently in 2014? Those were all for UT Rio Grande Valley. So those would be programs that were already at UT Pan Am or UT Brownsville and got transferred over. So it's things like that. If you look at the average number of days, you can see that the lowest average number of days is for the commissioner. However, there's only also 3 proposals approved there, so the data is a little bit skewed, I think, by there only being such a low number, right? Then you've got 12 approved by staff. That's 168 days. The board at 285 days. And again, that reasons for that should be obvious. That's something that then has worked its way up from the assistant commissioner to the commissioner and then to the board, and we have to go through those quarterly board cycles, so sometimes we're waiting a while for the next board meeting to roll around for that. Overall, the average number of days to completion, about 267 days. Not bad. That's already averaging under that 1-year limit that we now have, even extending back the past 10 years when we didn't have the 1-year limit. Yes, sir.
James, I know this is not part of your presentation, but I remember back in 2005 seeing a similar list going into the 90s and all of the doctoral programs that were created in the 90s into this decade that we're talking about. Do you remember offhand the total number that were approved, say, from 1992 to 2004?
No, you'd have me stumped there. Because that predates my tenure at the board.
Yeah, my thinking is that it was as much. So this is not necessarily a proliferation if we look at that prior period, and I would really like to get an understanding of that because, that period really defined many of our current institutions as doctoral granting institutions. And we have quite a few institutions now that are being considered research institutions that weren't prior to that period. If this is less than that, which I think it is, it says that we've been more conservative in the past 10 years than perhaps, and it isn't as bad.
Right. I'll have to take a look at that. I'll have to work with my program specialist and dig up some more data.
Thank you.
Okay, now looking at where the approval's coming from, where we're looking at the doctoral programs that have been approved, what disciplines do they largely represent? You can see here that the education, health professions, and engineering are the top 3. That shouldn't surprise anyone. You graduate deans, you see what gets proposed out there, you see what gets approved, and those 3 fields are quite popular. That certainly fits with my own personal estimation of what proposals are crossing my desk and what proposals are coming through the coordinating board. Engineering and education, definitely. Health professions, of course, also covers nursing. And we've seen a big boost in nursing programs, doctoral level nursing programs, with the rise of the DNP, and also a number of institutions have PhD programs in nursing as well. Broken down by 2-digit zip code, and you can see the average number of days varies quite a bit according to what discipline it is. But there's also, again, I would caution about drawing any major conclusions or definitive conclusions when, some fields like communication or computer science or public administration, they only have 1 proposal. So if that 1 proposal was particularly quick or particularly lengthy in terms of the time it took to go through, that would skew the numbers. Okay, what about where? Here's a map of doctoral proposals approved by region for the same period, excuse me, by the higher education region. And you can see that Central Texas and South Texas lead by a pretty big margin. Central Texas, no surprise there. We've got a couple of really big institutions. We've got UT Austin with a very large number of doctoral programs, and also Texas A&M is in that same region. They have a very large number of doctoral programs. South Texas includes UTSA, and now, of course, includes the new UT-RGV institution. And you're coming up with at the bottom of the pack there, with 0 is West Texas and the Northwest region with no doctoral proposals in the past 10 years. Okay, now we also gather a lot of information on the programs after they're approved. You guys go through a 5-year reporting process with these new doctoral programs. And there's more work I want to do in this area because you guys give us a lot of information. But here's a couple of data points that were relatively easier than some of the other things to pull out. Because some of the stuff you tell us is kind of qualitative, and I have to go through the records and actually read each one individually to try to pull anything out of it. Whereas the ones that are more data-based, that are numbers and they can just be averaged and crunched a lot more freely. So here are the enrollments. So when you guys give us a proposal, part of what you tell us is, hey, here's what we project the enrollment in this proposed program would be, might be, we hope it will be. And that's important because that's a lot of what you base your funding anticipation, your funding estimations on, is how many students you're going to get that are going to be paying tuition and fees and generating formula funding. So we compare the projected enrollment, and that's projected according to your original proposal, with the actual enrollment at the end of the 5-year period. Right, yeah, because you're wondering, okay, was this first year? No, it's by the end, once it's all said and done, once that 5-year annual progress report is done, how did it actually pan out? And what you can see, and by the way, this is 22 programs. 22 doctoral programs have gone through the full 5-year reporting period, and now they're done, and they're just regular doctoral programs. They're not new doctoral programs anymore. You can see that most programs tend to exceed their projected enrollments, which in a way is good. That means you guys in the institutions are conservative in your estimates overall. You know, in other words, your projected enrollments and your actual enrollments, well, there's a 1,739 difference, with the difference being, again, on the conservative side, that your enrollments were actually higher than you anticipated. And you can see it varies a lot, again, by discipline area. With 51, the health professions being most notable, 1,401 over the anticipated enrollments. Yeah, and I've noticed in particular, particularly with a lot of your doctoral nursing programs, it's not the only one, but I noticed there, I took a look and I saw that some of them, for quite a number of the nursing programs, nursing's a booming field and they got more students than they anticipated. Okay, and then costs. Again, costs is another easy numeric thing that was just easy for me to kind of crunch right away. Looking at it by zip code and looking at the difference between projected and actual, you can see it comes out with a $28 million difference. Again, that you projected that your costs would be $189 million, but costs only by the 5th year, again, had totaled up to be $160 million, a $28 million difference. However, a great deal of that all comes in 22, law professions. So there's one particular area where we had a big chunk of the difference. And if you take that out, then there's only an $8 million difference, which spread over 10 years and 22 programs. Okay, that's certainly significant, but not huge. That was my last slide. So that's kind of as far as I've gotten. I plan on doing some more number crunching and trying to come up with some more interesting tables and just interesting ways of looking at this data, interesting ways of examining and understanding the performance of our newly approved doctoral programs. I will, but I'm going to need to look very carefully at the data, and I want to double check it with my program specialist before I share it out. So for now, sort of for information purposes, and yeah, give me a couple of weeks to make sure that I've got all the data correctly placed, and then I'd be happy to share.
I have a question, James.
Yes.
So where did the savings come from?
They would vary a lot by program. For instance, I took a look, again, just looked qualitatively at some of the comments, because you guys in your annual doctoral reports have a place to give comments where you explain what might be unusual or interesting, or just to help us understand the performance of those programs. And one thing I noticed was that sometimes you'd promise to do a faculty hire. And let's say you had 6 faculty that you planned to hire during the first 5 years. However, enrollments didn't climb quite as high as you anticipated during those 5 years. So it ended up that you actually hired 3 faculty or 4 faculty, because that's all that you needed. And you didn't hire the faculty that you didn't need for the enrollment growth that you didn't quite get. That would be an example. In this particular case of this 22 difference, the difference in the SIP area 22, that's actually from, I'm not sure how specific I should get here. That's from one particular institution that, no one's going to guess who this is, had a new law school. No, wait, no, that's not it. There is one area where we had some faculty hires that didn't come through and some labs that didn't get built. And that's part of the reason I need to check and double check this data, because there's some big numbers that I haven't had a chance to verify, and I want to make sure that what I think I'm seeing is actually what I'm seeing.
I have a very naive and arguably unfair question.
Okay.
How do you use these numbers? So we heard at the beginning of the meeting that there's going to be greater scrutiny, greater attention being paid to the review process of programs, new, and then as part of that, looking at how existing programs are doing.
Right.
So what does a savings, how does that tie into the program itself in terms of review, and if a program is able to get more interest, as one interpretation could be, in their program by getting more students than what they projected, do you have a feeling for, does anyone have a sense of how that information then gets applied?
Some, certainly, because already, even now and for the past several years, we have already been considering the performance of existing doctoral programs at an institution. I mean, that's part of the proposal, and that's part of the staff review. So yeah, that's already been going on. My sense of this, when we look at this, I don't think we're particularly concerned about, say, having a few more students than originally projected. If anything, the worry would be that there's a pattern of not getting as many students as you needed to get the student tuition and fees and the state funding from those students in order to support the program. When I think back and I think of looking at the existence of performing programs, we're looking at some of the things that the commissioner mentioned as most critical. Like, did you follow through on your student support? Right? Did you fund students at the levels that you said you would? I can think of a couple of instances recently where I have seen student support, and it starts out strong, and then it declines each year after that. And what we will do, what my staff will do, and what I'll look at when I'm reviewing this, is to write back to the institution during those annual reports and say, hey, we see a troubling pattern here. You started out with strong student support, and now it seems to be wavering. Can't you boost that back up? If you want to really attract the best students, you're going to need to offer a sufficient level of support, and right now it looks like you're not really committed to doing that. So looking at levels of student support, looking at enrollment, but just enrollment in a broad view, not, oh, you got 3 more students than you said you would, or you got 2 fewer, but is it in the right ballpark? Do you have enough students that you've got a critical mass to have meaningful discussions, to have good class sizes, to have a cohort that actually moves through, and to support your program in all senses, both financial and otherwise? So my sense is that we're trying to look at this in a big picture way, to look at your existing programs, to look at those newly approved doctoral programs and say, hey, Are they doing well? Are they performing well? Are they getting students? Are you hiring those new faculty because you need them because you've got more students coming into this new program? It's those sorts of issues. Any other questions?
Thank you, James. That was very interesting. Appreciate that very much. How does this fit into your revision of the doctoral program proposal form?
I think it fits in a couple of ways. First, it helps us get more of a longitudinal view of how proposals work, not just work at the front end with us looking at what you're proposing to us, but also how they work on the back end, meaning our ability to compare and contrast. Here's what they hoped for, here's what actually happened. We're going to try to tighten up the congruence of that all along the line, to make sure that when you propose something that the form tells you exactly what you need to put in that proposal. And then from my staff to make sure that they know, okay, the proposal should tell you this, X, Y, and Z. If X, Y, and Z are not all there, you need to let the institution know. If it's at the beginning, you might send it back and say, hey, you guys didn't fill this out completely. Please fill it back out and resubmit whenever you're ready. Or it may be along the way, after the proposal's already through the process and someone realizes, well, okay, you told us X, Y, and Z, but Z wasn't very well explicated, and Y needs more documentation. And so staff will have a better idea of exactly what they need to ask you for additionally along the way. And then finally, on the back end, it's for us to take that information out of your proposal and plug it into this 5-year annual report system and make sure all of that carries through. Like, oh, okay, we need to make sure that the annual report notes that in the second year, you promised you're going to hire 2 additional faculty at the assistant professor level or higher. And to make sure then that we actually go and check on that when that second year rolls around and make sure that you are aware that that was an expectation and that's something we expect you to report on.
Thank you again.
You're welcome.
And now the long-awaited discussion of the strategic plan by Dr. Peebles. Thank you.
Let me turn that on. Okay, so I'm actually going to talk about a couple of things in connection with this. One is sort of the strategic plan for graduate education, but also I want to talk a little bit about the approval process, because I think these two things go together, and I also want some feedback from you guys at some point too. So if you'll pass those around, what I'm passing out to you is a document that I put together last week that's reflective of conversations that I've had with both the Commissioner, Dr. Paredes, and the Deputy Commissioner, David Gardner, about the program approval process, but also as it feeds into some broader notion of a strategic plan for graduate education for Texas. And one of the issues that we face here is that our charge is to be a coordinating board, and when you're trying to coordinate 6 different systems plus at the 4-year level plus some independent colleges, that gets a little tricky. And so we've sort of talked about the idea that some kind of overall strategic plan for graduate education would be helpful, both to the state but also to the institutions as well. And part of it is that each institution has strategic plans, and I know that a few months ago we had a meeting with one of the systems, and there was much discussion about a strategic plan developed for a subject area. And the problem from our point of view is that strategic plan was developed for the system with the idea that system would be the only entity in Texas actually training people in that particular area. Now, we know that the other systems are interested in training people in that area. And so I sort of made this comment about, well, that kind of assumes that nobody's going to be training these folks except you guys. And the response to that was, well, yeah, of course. And I said, well, but, we have to, but if you're training all of these folks for the host state of Texas, then what do all these other institutions do? And it was pointed out to me that was my problem. Not necessarily my problem personally, but it was a problem of the coordinating board and its function in trying to coordinate these things. But if you look at the statute, it created the coordinating board in the first place, non-duplication of programs, and the idea that there should be some fiduciary responsibility that lies with us to make sure that taxpayer dollars are used efficiently and effectively, all goes into that. And so, like I said, what you have is some rationale and some criteria for doctoral program approval and review that, again, a lot of this comes out of most of it indeed comes out of the conversations that I've had with the commissioner and deputy commissioner about what should go into this. For those of you that have, and these deal specifically with doctoral programs, but there's also a lot of this that is applicable to master's degree programs. There's even a lot of it that's applicable to bachelor's degree programs. And as a division, what I hope to do is, as we go throughout this year, we'll start with PhD programs and we'll go to sort of the practice doctorate programs and then master's and bachelor's, and sort of revamp all of this in a way that's reflective of some broader thought and discussion about where we need to be in the state of Texas in terms of degrees. And I give this to you because I want y'all to look at this and to really think about these criteria and provide us with some feedback. I think the commissioner mentioned earlier that so far there's no hard and fast criteria about this, but before the year is done, I'd like to have some hard and sort of fast, sort of hard, sort of fast criteria. Everything has, there are always nuances to everything, and there's no way in the world that you can actually write rules or anything else in a way that's going to cover every possible scenario, because as soon as you think you've got all 987 of them covered, then 988 pops up. But what I would like to do is be able to provide institutions with as much guidance from us as to what we're going to be looking at in terms of review of new proposals, review of existing programs, but also how that fits into some broader, longer range plan for graduate education in Texas. And I think, Charles, you brought up an interesting point. If you're looking at some of this data, it has the last 10 years really been remarkably different from the previous 10 years in terms of numbers of programs created. And I don't know what the answer to that is. I don't know if it had, if it's greater or less or about the same, and may very well be indeed about the same. And if that's the case, then it is something for us to reflect on and think about going forward. If it's vastly different, then we might want to think about why, and also look at that too. Enrollment numbers are interesting too, because if overall programs enrollment is greater than you anticipated, then that should be telling us something about at least the student demand for these programs. That the student demand for these programs has been greater than you anticipated, than we thought they might be. I think that's also something that we need to think about going forward, is what is the student demand. And then along with that, as those of you who have submitted a proposal in the last year know, that one of the things that we have come back at with you constantly, and this is true at the bachelor's, master's, and doctoral level as well, and that's the employability aspect of these proposals, the marketability of the students, and will they be able to find jobs? Will they be able to actually go to work in their field? And I think it's an excellent point about that's not necessarily just academia. I have a PhD in political science, but look where I am. Okay, I don't know, I guess I'm sort of in academia, but I don't have a traditional job in a university somewhere. But yet that PhD helped me get to this point. So, so I think that's an interesting point to look at, and I think it's also for y'all to think about as we go forward with this is trying to figure out employability it's not easy at the bachelor's degree level. By the way, it's even more difficult at the master's degree level and even more difficult at the doctoral level. Because, if at the bachelor's degree level, at least you do have, Bureau of Labor Statistics data, you have TW, Texas Workforce Commission data. There's some actually pretty good information about that. Now, the matchup between SIP codes and what are called stock codes, the occupational codes, is not. Sometimes there's pretty much a one-to-one kind of thing. You can look at a degree program and that SIP code, and you can look at an occupation, and you can see a one-to-one match there. That's pretty good. I mean, and probably nursing is one of the classic examples of that. But there are also others where it is not nearly as clear where students go. And I think you talked about electrical engineering earlier, and electrical engineering is one of those where there's a lot of electrical engineers that actually go be electrical engineers, but there's also a lot of electrical engineers that go do something slightly different than that, and not specifically an electrical engineer, and there's also some trouble with that data anyway. For example, if you're a computer programmer and you wind up programming computers for HEB, for example, you may very well wind up being listed in the food industry as an occupation rather than as computer science, although that what you're doing is what you were trained to do, but it's not readily apparent from the data. So I mention all this just to prove, and that's just the issues that arrive at the bachelor's level. Those are compounded at the graduate level in trying to determine both the marketability and the employability of students. And so any help that you can give us in terms of figuring out how to do that in a way that makes some sense and in a way that is sensitive to the employability of students, but also sensitive to what your programs are trying to accomplish, would be really helpful for us. Okay. And so I really do want you to look at this. We may talk about this a little bit more after lunch, but I really want you to look at these program approval and review, and also keep in mind that a lot of this will feed into graduate study strategic plan. I have had a couple of research associates, we call them their graduate students, that we hire to do some work for us, and I've had one of them has been doing some research for me on graduate education strategic plans across the country, and I can tell you that we haven't found much. Okay, so if you're aware of somebody out there, well, let me back up a step. What we have found is that there are a lot of institutions that, on an institutional level, have a strategic plan for graduate education for institution. There are systems that have strategic plans for graduate education. Although they tend to be less specific than the plans for individual institutions are. But there are very few, in fact, I don't know that we've actually found any strategic plans on a statewide basis. And of course, in a lot of states, if you have one system, and so when you plan for the system, you plan for the state, and that it's a little easier done that way. So my sense so far is that this is something that we may be not reinventing the wheel, but we may be doing a lot of work from scratch, although there is a previous document done by this committee that I've been taking a look at, and we may be able to use some of that as a starting point. I'm sure there's some good work in there that took place, and I can't remember, a few years ago. Yeah, good, right. And so, I think that may be a good place to sort of start from, because there is some good work there, and some of that probably just needs to be updated and expanded on a little bit. But and that's sort of the basis of this. I want to have as much input from the field as I can get. No strategic plan works well unless the people who actually are in charge of implementing it down the line at least buy into it enough to really try to implement it. I mean, we all know that, I was an administrator in colleges long enough to know that, top down, as a general rule, doesn't go very far or last very long. And while you sometimes need some top-down leadership, you also need some bottom-up leadership. And more importantly, you need bottom-up guidance and thought that goes into these things. So I very much look forward to working with this committee and having you guys help us as much as you are willing to craft this thing. And I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? I'd like to start this off. I guess the commissioner's challenge has been an ongoing challenge as long as the commissioner's been here. And I guess, and I understand from an economic standpoint regulating doctoral program development. I think thinking in terms of more doctoral programs, making graduate education in Texas mediocre, that seems pretty aggressive. And it brings to my mind, or my thinking, and maybe this is beyond what the coordinating board is supposed to do, but it sort of makes me think, well, what is the coordinating board's, how does it want to position graduate education in Texas relative to other states? And again, I don't know that this is really a charge, but this is what we need to be thinking about. This is what we're thinking about, and certainly the systems are thinking about positioning themselves relative to other systems or other institutions. But should the coordinating board have a more positive idea about doctoral education in the context of, what is it we want Texas to position itself relative to these other states? I mean, the commissioner himself mentioned that there are 20 top institutions. Are there any of the 20 in the state of Texas? Is the top 20, is this something that is this what we want? I mean, if this is a great thing, then maybe Texas should be aspiring to that great thing too. Excuse me?
Do you want to break for lunch and have them come back afterwards?
Candy suggested we think about that and come have lunch and come back and talk about it some more. Will you be here this afternoon?
Yes, I'll be here for the rest of the meeting.
Okay. Is that everybody agreeable? Okay. Time to break for lunch.
That'll give them time to look at this too.
Excuse me?
That'll give them time to look at this
Okay, and then you can look at the criteria at the same time. I wonder how many of you brought a copy or have access to a copy of the strategic plan for doctoral education in Texas that Geac prepared. It is online on our page, our webpage. And I think most of you probably can access it. Anybody bring copies of it? Might be useful as we discuss it, and if you don't have a copy, maybe we can get Alan to make some copies for us.
Because he's got a hard.
And I will tell you the good news is we've completed 2 items that are afternoon items. I'm not going to pretend that this will get us out early, but there is a possibility. We do have one major item that we moved to the afternoon, that being item number 4. Dr. David Gardner, good friend of Geac for many years, is going to start off the afternoon with a discussion of the strategic plan for higher education. This is described on the coordinating board website, and it's an activity that is in progress. And I think, as David will tell you, the output of this is expected sometime this summer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure most of you know, if not all of you, that Closing the Gaps will come to a conclusion fall 2015. It's been in place for 15 years. It's You may not know this, but other states have been surprised that we've been able to keep this plan in place so long, and there are many other states that have now adopted plans that are more similar to this. Prior to the adoption of Closing the Gaps, most state plans had so many goals, nobody could remember even 10% of the goals. Our intent was to focus on only the sort of the critical, most strategic elements that would make the most difference to the state, and to make it a measurable plan, and to regularly make changes as you move forward for context. So some of you may recall that we originally wanted 500,000 more students with updates in demographic forecasts. We changed that to 600,000 midway through. We had a target in terms of African American enrollments, and we changed that almost just about a year into adoption of the plan, because we realized that the numbers we were looking at were artificially low because of the dips in enrollments at TSU for about 5 years prior to the plan, and so we were making gains there, so we updated those. So we've been aware of making these changes regularly. We had a goal, as you know, related. Originally, it was dollars for research, and the federal competing with other states, and the federal data is very hard to get, and sometimes it's 2 years before you get it, and we realized that by the time we adopted the plan, we'd exceeded the goal. And so we changed that and made it reflect really a percent share. So I'm telling you that because as going forward, anticipate that our board has decided to take the same approach to this plan, where it's going to be highly focused. There will be things that are important that are not included in the plan. I was just asked, would we incorporate the strategic plan for doctoral education that you guys are working on, and I think probably not at this point, but would be open to how we might do that. It occurs to me now, I'm just thinking through this live. We had a plan that one of our strategies in the last plan was that we really needed to adhere to another strategic plan that had been put in place in terms of desegregation in Texas, and it received a lot of attention that way, but it wasn't a separate goal. It fit in clearly with our goals in terms of participation and success. So the process began actually last November of 2013. Prior to the development of our actual planning committee, we have an annual meeting, I hope you know, with regents and trustees from the schools around the state. And so we actually had them weigh in before the planning process started to provide ideas to the committee. Our committee is a member of 20 people. We're using the same process we did with Closing the Gaps, in that we have people that have experience in higher ed, but they're no longer directly affiliated with an institution. We didn't want the group to have to feel like they had to represent UT Brownsville or Sam Houston State or UTEP on the committee, though. We have people like that. We have former regents and trustees, and we have business people. To give you an example of some of the members, Woody Hunt, former chair of the Board of Regents at University of Texas, at the University of Texas system, is the chair of the committee. And by the way, our committees have to elect their chairs and vice chairs, as you all know, and they elected Larry Faulkner, the former president of UT Austin, former head of the Houston Endowment, former provost at the University of Illinois, as vice chair. Now, what's I think remarkable about that is Woody Hunt really supported that, and I can tell you, if you know both of them, they disagree on many things. And I thought that was very healthy that we had in the leadership two people that, while they work well together, they're not totally in sync on everything they believe in. We have on the committee people such as Bob Ferguson. You probably don't know Bob, but he was previous president at A&M Corpus Christi. Prior to that, he was dean of engineering at Nebraska. Broad background. We have the former president of Houston Baptist University, and he had been at a public university prior to that as well. So we have a wide range of people on the committee. We have a Texas Tech regent. We've got several former community college presidents. We have some people from industry on the committee. So it's a very representative committee, and a committee with people who are used to having their own mind. So that's been a positive aspect. They've been meeting almost every month with us, and the pattern has been that we have 2 speakers on some topic come in, and then that afternoon they weigh in on where they want to go. I should have mentioned, I see here, Steve Murdoch, who I hope many of you at least know who Steve is, former head of the Census Bureau, former state demographer now at Rice, is a sort of a advisor to the committee. But he's spoken to the committee about upcoming demographics. We've had people, Andrea Schlichter from OECD, come in, Skype in. Skype is a wonderful thing. We get many speakers that we couldn't afford otherwise. That saved us probably 10 grand, Skyping. Jeff Stroll from the Georgetown University Center on Education and the Workforce. David Laudy from UT Austin, a vice provost, the president of El Paso, Stan Jones from Complete College America. Just go through these quickly. Sandy Baum, who from George Washington University, who's really one of the best-known experts on financial aid and student assistance. Mark Schneider from the American Institutes for Research. Randy Dial, UT Austin, dean of the College of Liberal Arts. As you see, we're really wanting to make sure that all our graduates have marketable skills when they leave, and they were doing some things that we thought were important there. Susan Mettler from Cornell on for profits. If you've read her recent book on essentially the movement towards social inequality through higher education, and she's talking a lot about for-profits. Was very helpful. Someone from the private sector to balance her out. The former provost at Florida State to talk about guided pathways. You know, the guided pathways is a big issue out there now. All these are available. You can listen to every one of these people online. We've maintained these. You can see their presentations. You can hear the discussions. I think it would be the next meeting, which is this week, January 14th, I would encourage you to listen because we have Eva Sage Gavin, who's a vice chair of the Aspen Institute Skills for America's Future Advisory Board, and she's going to be talking about the industry view of skills. And this is a group that's been working closely with the Obama administration. So I think it will be interesting. And then Michael Bettersworth from TSDC, which made an interesting remark. He was talking about a president of an IT company in the state saying they hire on technical skills and they fire on soft skills. And I think those of us who've been in the workforce for a while know there's a lot of truth to that, and I think that has a direct bearing on when we talk about marketable skills. We also have on February 17th, we're talking about gender differences in educational attainment. We have a speaker from Columbia talking about gender differences and done a lot of work in gender differences in educational attainment, performance, and programs. He'll be coming here via Skype. You might particularly want to listen to that given the research you were telling me about. I suspect you may need to tell him some things from what you were telling me. He may need to use you as an advisor. We'll also importantly have a representative from the governor's office, the new governor, to talk about their agenda. So we don't know what's going to be said, but I wanted to make sure you know that. So at any rate, so where are we now? We have identified 4 goals, and I handed out to you. You should have at your place the same material that we provided to the regents and trustees at their last regents meeting in November. Now, I can tell you by Thursday, some of it's going to be changed a little bit. I don't know how, or I would have shared that with you, and I don't know if the committee will be going along with it. But I wanted you to have that same material. Now, what you'll have in here is that this follows a similar process, again, that we use with Closing the Gaps, is that we have 4 main goals for the state at this point. And thus far, we've been getting good feedback on all of them, all 4. I think if Closing the Gaps is a model, sometimes in the last 6 months, you can have some important tweaks and nuances in the goals that make a difference. But importantly, there are targets which really address, if we don't achieve some of these things, we're not going to really be successful with the overall goal. And I think that's important to look at. There's still a lot of work to do on the targets. So I would encourage you to particularly pay attention to that. They also suggest certain strategies that could or could not be troublesome. So please look at those carefully. Then, as before, may not have felt like it, but we identified very few strategies with closing the gaps, things that we thought it was important for the state to really weigh in on. But we still believe that largely a lot of these things that individual institutions have to discover the best way to accomplish some of these things. But we do think there are probably some need for state strategies where we can perhaps get some money for assistance or maybe get foundation support to help an overall initiative. And when we get to one of the goals, I'll mention one I've been wondering about in particular. But the first goal is by 2030, at least 60% of Texans aged 25 to 34 will have a post-secondary credential or degree. Now, this comes directly out of the work at Georgetown, where they've done a lot of analysis nationally, and we are far short of this right now. It's about 34%. And we're able to count certificates in Texas. We think certificates are important. Most other parts of the country don't count certificates. They don't have data on certificates. But the thing that I've emphasized with the committee, this was first suggested by our previous board chair, Fred Heldenfels. And the important distinction is we think of this as a state goal. Why? Because the institutions could do a great job and we could still fall short. Institutions could do a terrible job in terms of graduating and we could still achieve it. Why? Because this represents the overall population of the state. It reflects in and out migration of the state. The economy has some bearing on this. When the economy is doing well, we tend to attract a lot of educated people to the state. If the economy is doing poorly, the institutions may be, in fact, doing a great job of helping people graduate, be successful in their programs, but they're leaving the state because there are no jobs in Texas. So we're really emphasizing that's why this is a state goal. So I want to make sure you understand that, and that's a distinction that I've been insisting that we remember. The next goal, really, completion, is directly related to you. And in a way, this encompasses both the participation and success goals from the past. And you can see that reflected in the targets. But the goal is by 2030 that it will have at least 550,000 students in that year will complete a certificate or an associate bachelor's or master's degree from a Texas public independent or for-profit college or university. Now, important distinction here. We did not include masters in our previous success goal in terms of something that we were targeting particularly. But with the change in the job market, we realized with many areas the master's has become a necessary credential, so we've included that. Now, those of you who may not remember the context, last year we graduated 242,000 students. But we've looked at this carefully, and this is definitely something we can do. It is a stretch, but with the trends, I can't say it often enough, but when people ask me why, I can't say exactly how, because part of it's up to different kinds of efforts by institutions, but we are doing a much better job of graduating students than we were in 2000. And we're not just pushing them out the door. You guys are making sure that they're getting a quality education. But I know you were talking about earlier today, I heard you talking about grad rates with doctoral programs. Grad rates were not a measure in closing the gaps. A lot of people don't realize that. It was not. But I want to mention grad rates because at the beginning, the grad rate was about 43, 44% for the state. Now it's about 58%. That's a huge difference in what schools have been able to do. That means students are graduating in a more timely fashion. They're getting to the rewards, the economic rewards of that degree sooner. And the reason we didn't include it as a measure in the plan is because we just want people to have the chance to graduate. Some of those may be from 20 years ago or 15 years ago, so we're aware of that. But your institutions have really stepped forward on this, and I make a point every time I talk with anyone about this. We, of course, don't have anyone from community colleges on this group, but over this time, there's a lot of talk about transfer issues, but last year, 40% of all our baccalaureate graduates, 40% had at least 30 hours from a community college. For about 6 years, it's been 35%. So that means they're contributing a lot to your work, and you guys are doing a good job in working with your community college colleagues in a way that's not always recognized in terms of those students. So I just want to mention that. But all those things play in on this. And at the bottom, you can see some strategies that are being considered. Better use of predictive analytics. That's sort of a hot phrase now, so I'm not sure that will stay in. But I do know there are a lot of things going on in terms of early alert systems at a lot of your institutions that are identifying students very early in the process to give help to, because you know at your school, if on this exam and this course at this point, if they fail it, their future is a downhill slope after that. And so there's a lot of work to be done there. But the possibility of guided pathways. The provost we had from Florida State had a very, very interesting presentation. I encourage you to listen to it. That combined with predictive analytics, they had really determined that there were key courses that if a student couldn't pass that course with a certain grade, they were never going to be successful in the field. And so they really honed in on that and provided better advice to the student. And they decided that they weren't going to allow a student to try more than 3 times. If they went to another institution and succeeded, that was okay with them, but they were concerned about the resources. Anyway, something to look at. The strategies are really up in the open right now. So please look at them and provide, if any of them are horrifying, let us know. If any of them, if anything's clearly missing, but we're trying to make sure, that any advisory group like that likes to find solutions and jump to solutions. So we spent the first 6 months trying to get them really to hone in on goals and quit jumping to solutions. Now we're at the point where we're really going to focus on solutions, and so it's not really too late to influence that. So please look at that. Marketable skills. You were talking about this morning, I think, in the context of doctoral programs. I really enjoyed that discussion. I thought, some of you guys are doing really terrific things. And I do think in terms of the comments, and I'm glad Raymund responded later, but it's great that they're going to work at Midwestern. We're not saying graduates only count if they're going to work at Stanford. I mean, in your department, how many people who PhDs would Stanford hire in a year? 1, maybe? It depends on the particular department. We want to make sure they get jobs. So the focus here has been primarily on undergraduates, but your discussion this morning made me wonder if we ought to be thinking about graduate students too. So whether you wanted to or not, you've provided me some information we need to mention to the committee. But we believe that virtually all our students graduate with marketable skills. We just think they don't necessarily know what their marketable skills are. So, for example, Mark Schneider from AIR mentioned, I heard him mention this at a meeting at Columbia not too long ago. But there's some things that an average student may not think of as a skill. The ability to use Excel, access database, PowerPoint. These are things industry they've really want these things, and they would never think to point that out. And they may have known that when they were juniors in high school, or some of them may not know that. But they don't realize that. For at least 2 decades, industry has said there are 3 things they want: critical thinking, communications, and the ability to work in groups. We've probably all heard that. I have to think many of our students have those skills, have developed them in your programs, but they don't think of them as marketable skills. So part of this is to help students identify this is an early on in the program, and give them means, if they don't have it, to develop other means. So we know, for example, I just heard the other day, Texas State has a certificate program for undergraduates that has some clearly marketable skills that you can enroll in regardless of your major. UT also, I know, has some certificates in the business school that a history major can enroll in and have some clearly business-related skills when they leave. But we want people to start thinking about this, and frankly, as someone who has a liberal arts background early on, I think the liberal arts are important, and I think people assume certain things with electrical and engineering and business, but I think you've pointed out you still have to develop some things for them. But there's skills that some liberal arts majors have, especially in terms of critical thinking, the ability to communicate, that they would not connect to the workforce. They don't know this. We need to help them know that, and it wouldn't hurt to have a few other skills on the side. I have one daughter who's in a liberal arts college in Minnesota, and I keep telling her she needs to develop some additional stat skills and some SAS and various other skills in terms of software. That will make a difference. You know, she's worked the last 2 summers at the UT Population Research Center. Those are some hard skills she's learned there. So there are things you're doing that are out there. We've got plenty of internships. There are different things that happen, but we believe that it will help to have additional focus on this. And so this is one area where I've been thinking it'd be nice if we could get some foundation to particularly put together a group of liberal arts schools to start thinking about this explicitly, to help them, and then maybe expand it to some other areas. I don't know if we can do that. I've talked to a couple of people that are interested, but the deal is I think this could be very different at every school. It doesn't have to be done. It can be different between majors in schools, but we need, I firmly believe, and the committee believes, higher education is about more than getting a job. But a student should have a reasonable expectation of getting a good job when they leave, and we can't forsake that. And I've been concerned over the last 2 years about all the national headlines about, is college worth it? I believe it is. I think it will always continue to be, and it enables people to change what they do and adapt as they go along. So this could be misread as thinking people don't have marketable skills. I'll make another one of remarks about one thing I find annoying, the academically adrift. Is everyone familiar with that? Came out, they focused on the CLA, and we'd had this experience in Texas where I think Brownsville did better than UT Austin. But the UT Austin students were at top of the scale with the day they entered, so they didn't learn anything. But what's being missed in that book is I can't believe for a second that a student that graduated from a university that maybe they didn't show that much improvement on CLA, even though they may have done well in the beginning, but they didn't learn something in that accounting program, that they didn't learn something in electrical engineering or computer science. Those are things not measured by that test. But we can't ignore these things. We can't be in the position where we say, well, everybody believes this, they knows it. We have to make it a more explicit attempt. And there's so many people that go to school now, that don't have the advantage that many of us have had, or in different ways, maybe not from our own families, but other people telling us how you can really apply these things. I just had a conversation with a student Sunday morning who was not really liking her lit class at a school. And I was the first person who told her about how important writing is in the workplace. Nobody bothered to tell her that. It's not like you have to, she got it after 2 minutes, but nobody had mentioned it to her. So some of these things are fairly simple. We just have to think about them. And people in the institutions are the right people to do this. We're not going to figure out the best way to do it. And we have a new paper coming out on marketable skills where a couple of grad students from Texas State actually identified things from around the country, including some Texas schools. So we think there's a lot more going on in Texas schools than we realize, but we want to bring attention to it, but we want to formalize it in a way that is unique to a school. There are things that North Texas may be doing that they'll do differently at UT Dallas, but the outcome is still very good for the student. This is a student-based plan. Finally, I'm sort of passionate about that one. So I've used up my passion, but I'm passionate about student debt as well. So the goal is that by 2030, undergraduate student loan debt will not exceed 60% of the first year wage for graduates of Texas public institutions. Now, that's about where we are right now. We're doing better than the rest of the country, but if you look at our targets, we don't want to increase the number of students on debt. So we're going, a target is that we really stay at the same level or decrease, because we could play with this. We could make that happen. And of course, the debt level varies this is statewide. The debt is less at community colleges. You won't be surprised, and it is at universities. Universities, I think it's right now about 72%, and community colleges, it's down around 30 or 40. I don't recall exactly what. But the wages vary. The average wage last year at universities, first year, was $33,000. We want this is important for several reasons. One is we did some analysis, and the committee asked for this, but how long will it take a student to pay off that debt if they haven't given wages? How long will it take them if they want to reasonably have a down payment for a home? We've done this analysis. We know this. We want students to be in a position, many students aren't now. We were talking a little bit earlier about teachers. We want people that if they really want to be teachers, that they can afford to be teachers. They want to go into social work. We want them to be able to go into social work. We don't want them to be driven to a certain major simply because they're going to have huge debts to pay off. And that happens too often now. But if we maintain this, we can do it. Now, the other piece of this is, there are really three contributors to the debt. One is how much is the state providing institutions to provide the programs. I want you to know that we've talked about that. How much is available for grants for needy students, and how much tuition fees cost. These are three main drivers of debt. So we think that what happens, at least legislatively, and the committee talked a lot about this, when you talk about student debt, all these other factors can come up in a way that if you say we need X amount of funding per student, that tends to be tuned out. But when it focuses on students, it's important. And we're still, we used to be at the bottom in terms of tuition fees for universities. Now we're in the middle. So we're still better than half the states. Community colleges were still at the bottom. We're about, I don't recall, 47th, 48th in terms of tuition and fees. So Texas has done better than most places, but I want you to know we know that part of it is how adequately are you funded as institutions. That's clearly a factor here. And so you'll see one thing that came out of this, Larry Faulkner suggested it, is following the development of the plan that maybe and this is another area where we're looking at foundation support, see is there some better way to fund higher education? I mean, right now, we're talking about TRBs a lot right now, correct? That's just out there. It's unpredictable. You don't know. You can sort of predict with the formula. But is there some way better? And we don't know that there is. We're suspecting there may be no better way, but we think we ought to at least talk about it. I've always been told, and people have confirmed this true, Texas was the first state to use formula funding in the 50s. So it's been, more than 50 years since then. Maybe there's a way going forward. But if something comes to this, if we find some better way, it'll probably be at least 6 or 7 years minimum before something comes out of it. But I think Faulkner was right to say we at least need to talk about it. And if there isn't a better way, it may come up with some better way at least to fund facilities, some better way to fund research dollars from the state are not quite where they were in the past. For all intents and purposes, the Advanced Technology Program is dead. It's down to $1 million. It was $60 million. And we had an additional $30 million in something called ERAP at the same time, 15 years ago, really. So those are essentially the areas we're going. We're going to. We have a draft that's going to be actual plan that's going to the chair and vice chair of the committee and the commissioner for discussion, probably this week, and at some point after that, we'll start distributing to the field. I'm hoping to get the committee to split up and go out to different regions of the state to get some feedback to do that. But I do encourage you, please, maybe it's not like watching the Super Bowl, I guess, but have a watch party for some of our committee meetings on the web and be kind in your comments. They can be very critical, but don't beat us up too much. Just tell us you're totally wrong, and that will be okay. But that's really all I have to say right now. I'd be glad to answer any questions or hear any suggestions. We've got it, as Charles said, July of this next summer, we will be taking this to the board. So the next 3 or 4 months will be heavily seeking input and impact. Now, I will point out, as you've noticed, graduate education isn't here explicitly. Typically, we know that the schools will take care of us paying attention to graduate education. With closing the gaps, we didn't have a goal for that, but our biggest increase was in doctoral programs and graduates. That doesn't say that's where we need to be, but these are other areas that we think need explicit attention, and if we don't have them here, they won't be attended to, is really the basic philosophy. Okay.
You have any questions directly for David Gardner?
I know you probably are thinking of that, but what about the initiative that President Obama has about the community college, and what is, if this comes to fruition, you know, a lot of these numbers will probably be easier to attain and so on. I mean,
good point. We might raise the goal. Interestingly enough, the idea came up in 1999 when we were developing the Closing the Gaps as to whether community colleges should be free. And it was essentially rejected at the time because there wasn't a way to say, I've forgotten exactly how many students we had at the time of community college. It's probably about 450,000. But they were already going. To what extent would it increase the number? And so you'd spend X amount of money on all those students that were already going there, additional money, and it could be harmful. So we don't really know how this plan will work out. I mean, it sounds interesting, but there are really no details. So we really have to find that out first. But community colleges are a critical access point. We would, if the plan were adopted and that came out, that program came to reality, we would probably make some adjustments. I can tell you, I'm already anticipating the committee will want to know more about that. I've been looking, but I can't find enough details. I think we can really share anything with them. Another factor that's out there is, of course, the accountability system. The feds are wanting to put into place in various measures, and I've asked staff we have a meeting on Fridays regularly where we go over data across divisions that we want a review of those measures to see what kind of impact they might have, not specifically on the plan, but on all your institutions and where they stand. So you can't create a plan and not pay attention to what's changing in the environment. So hopefully we'll do a decent job of that. I could see you were reacting to a lot that I was saying.
Well, yes, and it played into a lot of what you said played into some things that were said before lunch. Mm-hmm. And I was particularly struck when you noted the increasing importance of master's degrees as, you know, almost a requisite for a lot of jobs. And it seems to me that we have spent a lot of time today, as we often do at this meeting, talking about doctoral programs, which means we're talking about the smallest number of graduate students, you know, who may cost the most per student, but I don't know that we don't spend as a state more money on master's education because it's so much larger with all the professional degrees that are included in it. And it does seem to me that this merits some broader consideration. Instead of spending all of our time worrying about the few thousand students that are in doctoral research programs, and instead looking at where the actual majority of our graduate students are.
I think it's a very good point. I think that the committee, without the full context that you have, sort of came to the same conclusion. But you're more knowledgeable. I'm trying to remember. There was some type of, about 10 years ago, some sort of a professional master's in science that people were talking about, right? Mm-hmm. And that seemed to go away, at least. I mean, never gained the momentum that people said it would, so I'd be interested in knowing about that. I think, is there anyone here from West Texas A&M? I don't know. Yeah, so actually it was someone at West Texas A&M who was really talking a great deal about that. And so I think you're right that masters warrant more attention. Anything else? Okay. Well, I appreciate you giving me the time, and I'm not always easy to reach, but I will return calls and emails eventually. If not, tell somebody to beat me up, and I'm usually more accessible after 5, unfortunately, because I'm getting paid to go to a lot of meetings, as you are. But please pay attention. We think we're going, so far our feedback's been good. Usually when we do these things, it's a matter of what omissions rather than things we've included. So pay attention to that, and it may well be that there are things that may not be in the plan that we need to pay attention to, and we'll make sure that we put some effort into that as well. So please let me know.
Thank you, David.
Thanks.
I'd like to point out also that in creating the strategic plan for doctoral education in Texas, you might notice that the Geac actually, along with the coordinating board, used closing the gaps as sort of a base for thinking about strategic planning for graduate education. As we look at relook at the strategic plan, obviously it's going to predate the actual new higher education strategic plan. But as David suggested, it might be that our beginning dialogue today can feed into the higher education plan this time in a way that we couldn't in the previous case. With that, I'd like to make everyone aware that we're back to number 4 on the agenda, okay? And that is the purpose of this meeting, or this item, is to discuss everything that we've heard: Higher Education Act, strategic plan, the criteria that Rex introduced us to. What we want to try to do is begin a dialogue to determine what it is that we can actually do. As we all know, this is the beginning of the year 2015. It's particularly good that we are starting off this year looking at graduate education. It's our responsibility to represent our institutions in the state in this dialogue. And we've got a lot of things going. A new governor. We've got a new legislative session. We've got the Obama plan as part. Certainly has implications for graduate education. We had a meeting in was it October or November? November, regarding distance ed. We've got so much change in the methodology of higher education and graduate education. This is just an incredible time of change, and so rethinking or relooking at our strategic plan at this time seems to be a very good idea. I think you'll find it's not that old, so I think in some ways you'll find that it has a lot of current content and a lot of content that is still going to be useful to us. But it may be that what I anticipate is there needs to be some focus and better focus, particularly as it relates to action items coming out of this. And Candy has an idea for how we might get at new action items, and so we want to begin the discussion of what we know and what we're after right now to try to begin to generate some action items moving forward. And including possibly an action plan to start the process of strategic planning all over again. I know that sounds terrible, and hopefully we can maybe miss that train, but if it's necessary, I think it's something we should consider also. So, what's on your mind? So much.
One of the things that I had suggested when we were talking earlier at lunch is just that I think since we've had the commissioner come forward and several people come in and present to us today about the different plans that are going on, that would be a really good idea if we had a mechanism to be able to give some more thoughtful input, because I think what happens is that we're here, we're answering off the cuff, trying to give them a few ideas, kind of nothing really formulated. And I think it might be a good idea for us to put together a subcommittee with representatives from different types of institutions and actually work out a much more detailed, thoughtful response that we can then give to them to work off of, that would address both the strategic plan for graduate studies, but also the approval process for the programs that we've been given, both of those things, and maybe work those into something that we can then present in a much more thoughtful process.
Okay, I agree with you, but at least we have just gone through a process, of getting a program still under review, and it would have made it a lot easier for, I think, all of us if we have very detailed and specific recommendations about what's going to be the threshold for marketable skills, employability, and I'm talking about as detailed as possible that would be applied in all fairness to a small institution like A&M Kingsville, as well as the two great institutions to my left here, so, and other institutions as well. But if we know where is the bar, and the bar is the same for all of us, with all the limited resources that we have, the more resources that they have, but the more focus that we have versus, the greater selection of programs that other institutions have. If this is very detailed and documented and so on, that would be very good for all of us.
I also think just as we're discussing some of these things and trying to put them together is just kind of a discussion too about where the place of some of those regional institutions stand in some of this. And also I think our last one, I'm sorry, I can't remember who brought it up, but talked about the need for different types of institutions for different types of students. And there was a big discussion about that there are some students, I don't care if they could get in 50,000 times to UT and A&M who would not go there. And it doesn't match them well. And UNT and A&M would say the same thing, right? And vice versa. There's some schools, regardless of that, whether they could get into other institutions, that would not do that, but would only go to UT and A&M. And I think that we need to be aware of that as we're thinking about what kinds of things a proposal should address, because I do think there are certain types of students, and especially when I'm looking at their plan, and I know that a part of this was for undergraduate, but the increase in Hispanic students and those kinds of things are not going to come from going to a large institution oftentimes where people are going to get lost. And so at some point, I think there's got to be some discussion about that as well for us, about making sure that across the board that we do know that there's going to be some students that need and should be at the large institution. And there's some students that shouldn't be. And we should be able to address all those students, especially if we're hoping to come anywhere close to some of these numbers in this plan, especially if we start looking at numbers for the master's degrees and the doctoral programs.
I just wanted to agree with a lot of what you said there. I will note that, and I am being just facetious here, that the criteria for doctoral program approval does say to an institution like TSU, you'll never get another doctoral program. And this is, and I understand there's a broader context to policy making, but this is not necessarily something that you want to have to take back to your home campus. You want something like that defines what are the possibilities, and a recognition that there are these place-bound students that are, to some extent, but students that are bound by other barriers that sometimes they perceive, but that other times are very real, and that we need to think about what's appropriate ways to provide access to different levels of higher education. In some cases at TSU, it's our master's degrees are in some cases are pathways to PhDs at other institutions, and we're very proud of that. We keep track of those students, and where they are now and all that kind of stuff. In other cases, it means that we have to be able to think about what kind of even more advanced degree programs, we can effectively offer in the context of where we are.
I agree. It does look, it was one of the things that I noticed first off, too, is that it was already set up as a very strategic, stratified sense of how the doctoral programs were laid out here. And I think in some sense, if we're really looking at the success of the students if they come out, whether they're getting employed, et cetera, I'm not so sure that by making that, you made that decision by looking at that. I don't think the decision to say these will only go to these types of universities, while these will go to this type of university, was made by looking at whether those students were being employed. And so, again, I think, there's kind of two things here. We're going to look at employability, but we're also just going to say, no, there's no choice, no matter how well you've done with your doctoral programs up to this point.
I would like to point out again that no decisions have been made.
Can you use your mic? Thanks.
In the May 12th, 2014 minutes, part of this came up in that we're always looking to see if there's duplication of programs across the state. But there's also the duplication of community and resources. There are some universities that are starting from scratch in trying to provide the resources that come naturally to some of the Hispanic serving institutions. So I would like to see not just an examination of duplication of academic programs, but it's really an expenditure of funds of recreating a social environment in a new place. There was actually a very good article about this, and I wish I could remember. I'd have to email it, but it was in the New York Times Magazine about a program at UT Austin that a professor had realized that very qualified minority students or first-generation college students were not succeeding in their programs. And, for example, they saw that students did not realize that some of the difficulties they were experiencing were common to all students. So just pointing that out gave them a huge boost to say, oh, it's not something wrong with me, this is just part of the process. So it took somebody a long time to figure that out, but we all know that. And these support structures are already in place in some of the Hispanic serving institutions because it comes naturally to us. And in some ways, we need to be concerned, I would hope we would be concerned about reinventing the wheel, not just in terms of academic teaching, but in providing for students, for student success.
I think the other thing, I mean, I know that we've kind of hit on one topic here, but I think one of the things that we might want to also discuss is what kinds of things do we think should be included in a plan for graduate education? What are some of those things? I mean, I think that Austin brought up, and so did Victor, about the marketable skills. So it is something we could piggyback off of what partly they're looking at the undergraduate level, is to look at the graduate level at what kinds of things and how would we want to lay that out at the graduate level. So that might be one thing. Do you have other ideas of some things that should be involved in a plan like this?
I think that that the geography of the state is one aspect that needs to be considered, because we have broad rural expanses and we noted there were no new doctoral programs in where? West and Northwest Texas. And we know that there are citizens there who aspire to education and who may, for a variety of reasons, might be, Joan and I were talking about this as we were acquiring our lunches, place-bound for a variety of reasons. So there may be family that require care. There may be cultural aspects that there are expectations, particularly in some cultures, such as the Hispanic culture and some other cultures I've dealt with, that the notion is that you don't go away from your family to Austin for 4 years while you finish your doctoral degree. You really are expected, and how wonderful for that family to stay and take care of mom and dad as they're in their declining years. So there are just a number of things that in a state as large and broad and with as many different cultural aspects and as many different types of universities that have many different strengths, I just think we have to be very strategic in our strategic planning for our state. I think we're a very special case.
One of the lessons I've learned through being part of different strategic plans in different contexts is that we have to be thoughtful about not trying to do too much. And I would dare offer that if we can come up in this room with 12 great ideas, great initiatives by which we can go down, probably the hardest thing that we'd ever do is to pare that down to 3 and say, for this moment in time, We have to accomplish these three things, else we become irrelevant. I was at the Council of Graduate Studies meeting in Washington, D.C. at the end of last year, and it was clear, and it particularly got crystallized after Stan Collender, who's a budget expert at the federal level, that graduate education is in a fight for its life. And so as we develop these strategic plans, I think it's imperative that we pare down that which we've already sort of narrowed as areas of key importance. Because if we try to tackle everything all at once, we will not be as successful as we would hope. So I would offer that. The other comment I would offer is there are a lot of measures that are being considered to gauge whether it's the success of a program or the eligibility of becoming a program. And I mean no disrespect when I say this, but we have to be really guarded and not commit the error of error of the third kind, which I affectionately refer to as measuring the wrong thing, but with exquisite precision. I'll stop there.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that there's a lot of criteria listed on this handout that I gave you. And, you know, and part of it is that very beginning part of this thing about prime directives, which is, so those of you who are Star Trek fans, then you'll recognize that terminology. In fact, it came out of a conversation between the commissioner and I, and we were both trying to remember what that was called. You know, I guess both of us are Star Trek fans, but I guess not big enough Star Trek fans to remember immediately what that meant. But those things are also open to discussion, by the way. And so, you know, his sort of starting point with this is well, and I think some of this is almost, in a way, almost commonsensical in a sense, and that is, well, you know, one of the things you should always be trying to do is strengthen the programs you have. And if you're not interested in that, then you probably ought to be getting rid of them. Okay, and you know, and so, but the other part of it is, and this is an interesting question about, do you want to focus on emerging research institutions in an era of scarce state dollars? You know, and you know, and I'm an old political scientist, so this legislative session reminds me of one back in I think it was the 1980s. It started off with projections of oil prices being, I think it was $87.50 a barrel for as far as the eye could see. And by the time the legislative session was over, I think oil was trading at $11.50 a barrel, and it dramatically changed what the legislature wound up doing. And so, you know, this one started at about 150 or whatever, and now we're down to, 50 or less. And so it's going to change some of what happens. And I think that one of the things we can rest assured of is that the change is not going to result in more money for a lot of people. And so, you know, in that context, and a lot of this came out of that context of increasing scarce state dollars, but is it the appropriate thing to do then to focus on emerging research as opposed to other institutions, or is that not appropriate? And, you know, and to go back to the criteria a little bit, you know, the statute says that one of the prime directives for the coordinating board is to assure that the non-duplication of programs. Well, you know, first of all, well, what does that mean exactly? And there are a lot of nuances to that that have to do with institutional mission, that have to do with geography, for example. You know, if you're 300 miles from another program or 500 miles from another program, then that may very well be a good reason to have a program somewhere because of access issues. And so non-duplication itself, while it sounds sort of easy, you know, the only way to have pure non-duplication of programs is just make sure there's only one program in the state. But that may not actually be the best way to serve students. And I think, as the commissioner pointed out, one of the things to always keep in mind is in developing these things, and I think, you know, as institutions, you need to keep this in mind in developing programs, and as coordinating board staff, we need to keep in mind in reviewing programs, and that is, well, what really is in the best interest of students wherever they are and whoever they are, and how do we best serve their needs and their interests, and then how do we do that in a context of the economy that we have, the level of funding that we have, and so on.
So maybe 2 points, but the first one is, should we also reconsider the low-producing program at the doctoral level if we are saying that we should be flexible? I mean, again, we don't have any struggling programs, but I'm saying if you are going to let the institutions not be forced to produce students or so, even if they feel like the market is not accepting those students at this point, and limiting that to just 2 per year, that might just not be appropriate in some cases. Again, there is nothing particular that I'm just saying, if we are considering things and we are talking about marketability and employability and so on, why not look at, let institutions really decide, based on the market, whether they should be producing students now or should they, reduce that to 1 per year or so. The second point is, should we also look a little bit more at collaboration? I know that there is the joint programs and there is the cooperative programs, but the joint programs are very hard to actually get, because if an institution like us want to partner with an institution that already have the program, there is no incentive for the other program to partner with us. If it's a cooperative, there is no reason for us to try to do it. It's mainly really recruiting for the other institutions. So maybe if you improve the cooperative, where there is a little bit more incentive for institutions, to work a little bit more with the bigger. Okay. So something of that nature, that something that fills that big gap in the middle, where we are mainly recruiting for other institutions versus we don't have to be the degree offering, but we get a lot more out of the cooperative cooperation programs.
I agree that probably we should avoid the danger of wanting to be all things to all students, and I think that that's probably one of the things that the coordinating board is particularly interested in, and I see the wisdom in that. I think that Deborah brings up a very good point, that many of our programs, our doctoral programs, are not particularly self-serving, because some of them are focused around geography. Some of them are focused around feeder programs, a particular program that we may have at the master's level that we want to advance into the doctoral level. I'm curious, however, from the perspective of the coordinating board, as long as we're working off of a formula funding, what difference does it make if it's being funded towards one university towards another university? It's all the same funding, isn't it? I mean, if I think there should be a decision at the university level to determine if we're at the university willing to allocate those costs or incur those costs, recognizing that it may come at a loss, and there may be a lot of reasons for that loss. But from the state level, from the coordinating board level, I'm not sure I understand the difference between if we at our university choose to have a program with perhaps what you might consider low producing versus a single program in the state of Texas that has the same aggregate number of students.
Well, I think you raise an interesting point, because formula funding is a pool that's divided up, and oftentimes you're dividing up money. And I guess off the top of my head, and I might have to think this one through a little bit more, but off the top of my head, I would say that if the pool of money is determined institution by institution, and then you only compete with yourself for which department gets the dollars, then who cares? But you actually, all the institutions compete against each other for that same pool. So if you have two doctoral students and you have 3, then there's the formula funding for that is coming out of the same pool of money. And so I suppose one could make the argument that if it was more efficient to have one program with 5 students, then that formula funding would be better spent at that institution on those 5 than dividing it up between those 2.
Sure, I understand, but that's still the university's decision, recognizing they may or may not. The state is not out any additional dollars funding it. Now, if you're looking at the overall, what's the efficiency of providing education throughout the state of Texas. I understand your point.
Yeah, and that is one of our charges.
That goes back to one of the things that Deborah pointed out, that I think that probably the state doesn't always have the insight that the universities have on the geography and the needs within the specific area, or perhaps the relationship between faculty and the progression of degrees within the university.
Well, and yeah, I think you're probably right about that, and that's one of the reasons why sometimes those proposals are, in the proposals themselves, we ask a lot of questions and ask for a lot of detail so that you can provide us with that insight, so that we can try to make a better judgment from that. But to go back to your other point, it's not a decision made by a university. In a lot of cases, that's going to be a decision made by two or more universities, and they may even be in different systems that are not talking to each other. And so your programs may be spread out among different, any one of the 6 different systems or the independent schools, so that it's not a function of just within that university making a decision about these things. It's each one of those other universities making decisions about that. And so it's, and one of our charges is we're not only charged with non-duplication, which is, but we're also charged with the efficient use of state dollars, which goes back to my other point. So, but I think but you raise an interesting question, and I think it's one that we need to make sure that we've addressed head on. So, yeah.
I think it's also true that the pool does not increase simply because you add more programs. In other words, the formula adjusts to accommodate the fixed size of the pool. So the more you add to it, the distribution is smaller by definition. I think that's one of the issues, right?
If you wouldn't mind, I'd just like to verify the absolute accuracy of what Austin just stated. That's something that does bear upon your question directly. So, just for the sake of argument, we've got $1,000 in the pool, and it gets split up amongst 10 doctoral programs. Now, 2 more institutions want 2 more doctoral programs. Now, that same money is going to get split 12 ways. Next year, 3 more programs are added. Now that same pool of $1,000 is split 15 ways. You can see progressively with each program that's added, what each recipient gets the little smaller slice of the pie and smaller slice of the pie. I think that's part of the point that the commissioner is trying to make, that we have population growth in the state, we've got lots of institutions, we've got lots of programs. But the pot of money that goes towards support, particularly what we think of as the regular formula funding, that pot is not growing, or at least not growing as fast as the other aspects are, not as fast as the number of programs, the number of students. So every time that we add more recipients, we're diluting the value of the overall pot, because each recipient is getting a slightly smaller amount of that pot of money.
I understand it's a zero-sum game. And I think that what you just described, though, is let's not dilute the pool by reducing the number of people who have access to education. And so, sure, reduce the number of people who can get the degree, and the pie is divided more largely among each one of the institutions. I don't think that's really the goal, though.
One of the things that has happened over the last couple of years is the coordinating board has given the systems more responsibility in terms of approvals of master's level programs. Thinking about the coordinating board taking that stance, obviously, the next step would be for the coordinating board to give more responsibility to the systems for actually creating doctoral programs. That would be the final step in terms of graduate education. I wonder, the UT system, for instance, is planning a new institution in South Texas, and this new institution is going to be a 30,000 student population. Now, given 30,000 students, there's sort of an expectation that there would be offerings of at all levels that would fit that kind of population and a very substantial region. And I think the UT system certainly would have insight into what is needed in a way that is in its own interest. As you said earlier today, each of the institutions has its strategic plan. UT system has a strategic plan for graduate education, and so that leads to ultimately to a decision on new doctoral programs that is placed in the coordinating board. Do you take into consideration the system's needs in each case? When we look at a new doctoral program, are we evaluating the weight that the system itself has, or the general interest that the system has in having that in their portfolio programs for the system? I mean, and let me suggest something else for us to think in that perspective. One of my dreams, I taught at Indiana University several years ago, and I was really taken in by the close association between Indiana U at Bloomington and IUPUI in Indianapolis. At that time, the faculty was intermingled. So I taught on the Bloomington campus, but I was also expected to teach in Indianapolis. And that was so powerful. I always have looked at that as perhaps the way systems would eventually evolve, that if you're a part of any system, that you would have equal or some kind of equal opportunity to teach on any of the campuses. And so fully integrating campuses, you'd be able to teach, but you also could be a student, and you could take the programs from any of those institutions. I see that as perhaps something that would make economic sense and be perhaps a direction that we ultimately need to go on. You know, as we look across the nation, we've seen more and more mergers of institutions, in real mergers of institutions, much like we're experiencing down in the Valley. And so having that fluidity in terms of students and resources may be something that can, that is more important. And so incrementally in the state, the system, given more leeway, might create a better portfolio than basically the coordinating board looking separately at each individual doctoral program. Where do you start?
Yeah, well, yeah, and actually, I mean, that may very well be true, and I think that would certainly be something to think about in formulating a strategic plan. You know, I guess at first blush, my reaction to that a little bit is that I don't think we can, and I don't think we should, as a coordinating board, in looking at proposals, assume that what's good for any given system is necessarily good for the state of Texas. And so I think it has to be tempered a little bit, and I think that goes back to the comment I made earlier about, the system. Guys said, yeah, well, we're just going to, from our standpoint as a system, what is best for us is to educate everybody in this field across the state of Texas. Well, it makes perfect sense to me from the system point of view, or from a particular university's point of view, perhaps. But I don't know that actually makes sense from the state point of view, unless we really begin to talk about what, and this may be a part of looking at a strategic plan, is what is it that this system should be providing as opposed to what this system should be providing. And that could very well be a part of that conversation, I think.
do we wish to put together a subcommittee that we can have at least start to put something together to draft for the Geac committee to look at? Something we want to do?
Candy, you mentioned at one point having the subcommittee look at both the strategic plan and the coordinating board's approval process. Those are two pretty distinct things. I certainly see how they can overlap and should overlap, but in terms of the practicality or the function, that just posit that you might want to split those up or have two subcommittees or keep those discussions in parallel but distinct.
Draft proposal, when's that coming forward that you thought, the draft proposal? When did you see the draft proposal coming forward?
The draft
proposal requirements?
Oh, we don't actually have a target date yet.
Well, let me just add, though, now having said that we don't actually have a target date for the approval process, that is something that I would like to move on as expeditiously as we can, but I want feedback from you guys, plus a couple of other entities as well, like the Graduate Dean's Council and so forth. But one of the things to keep in mind about this is that, and why I'm so interested in this is because I've been here a little over a year. And one of the things that I've seen in my tenure here is the sort of, and some of you in the room can attest to this, is the sort of back and forth that goes on between the institutions and coordinating board staff. And oftentimes that back and forth results from the lack of clarity about what the criteria are and what the criteria mean. And I'm sensitive to that. My staff is sensitive to that. And what, so ultimately my goal here is that, as was pointed out earlier, is that what we have is a set of criteria that everybody knows, that when you sit down to think about a proposal for something, that, this is the standards that you'll be judged by. And these are the standards, and we can, and I have absolutely no problem with those standards being very high. I think that's a good idea. But I do think it's important that everyone know what they are. And when I say everyone, I mean not just the folks out there creating proposals, but also the folks here reviewing proposals. We all need to know what those criteria are. And so I don't want to let this languish too long before we start putting something in place, with the full knowledge that the nuances of those things can always be, tweaked as we go along and as we all gather new information about what, for example, employability means and that kind of thing. So.
Regarding your criteria, under the prime directives and the PhD programs or PhD doctorates, number 3 interests me a little bit. For the 2 flagships, encourage program development that will help them enter the rank of the elite institutions. Okay, I think if you look at institutions at large, we have a number of programs. Some of them are ranked very highly, and some of them are not ranked as highly. Therefore, I would encourage some dispersion of that statement to recognize that some programs, I'll give you an example, at our institution, our audiology program or in that area is ranked number 3 or number 4 in the nation. Now, not all our programs are there, so we're not in the elite status. So, and I'm sure at the prime institutions, the flagships, not every program is up, but, I don't know how you integrate our area onto the curve to say what is elite status for one program or every program within that collection.
guess from here, the next step might be to ask if we have maybe to put together two committees then at that point. One that will work on the criteria for the proposals and giving some response to that, and one that will work on the graduate programs strategic plan, and perhaps maybe see if we've got some volunteers. If you want to volunteer for one or the other of the subcommittees, we might be able to put together.
Before we go, I had a question. So there are a bunch of action items in the strategic plan that we have now. Is there any knowledge of any actions on those action items that were in there? Or
one of the first things that came out of the strategic plan was the 18 characteristics of doctoral programs. This was a key agenda item, and again, we're looking at data measurements of doctoral programs, and this also provided information to candidates for those programs. That was part of the intent at that time. And I think we've certainly institutionalized those 18 characteristics and made them part of what we are about. They are posted all on the coordinating board website as a reference for anyone to understand better the doctoral programs at each institution. So that's one thing that's come out of it. I think that if you look at the three general initiative areas, there have been some other things, particularly as it relates to, I remember the discussions early on, the issue of diversity. And out of the strategic planning process, Texas A&M, in fact, had a forum on diversity that then spread to other institutions. Each year we have a recruiting event that is meant to attract a diverse population of graduate students. And I think, again, there's been other things that institutionally we've picked up from the plan as part of a general initiative. And I think one of the things we want to think about as far as strategic planning, if we really feel like we need to go ahead with maybe an update or revision, as Rex suggested, what are the hot items today that we're having to deal with? And certainly 10 years ago, diversity was just beginning to be an issue. It continues to be something that we need to address, and so that's how we pick up and add to our agenda items and try to create the focus of moving forward. Competitiveness was another one, and that still is a concern and certainly an issue. If you look at the measures that are listed there under scholarship, inclusiveness, competitiveness, all of those are really good. And that information isn't something we're accumulating. James is collecting some very good data for us, but the data behind these may be something that we want to think about. The issue of how we're positioned nationally. A lot of this data is something that can tell us and reference us, and then obviously allow us to promote ourselves around that data. We could do a much better job of promoting ourselves as a state, and so I think maybe that's provides some perspective. We've done some things, in other words, and we've moved ahead, and I think we're at a point where we need to do more. I can do more. I know we had a UT system meeting of graduate deans recently. Kevin Lemoyne and Pedro Reyes called us all together, and the reason he called us together was that some board members are asking questions about graduate education. In the past, they've always been interested in undergrad, and now they're getting interested in grad. And I think we're going to see that across the state, that the interest of legislators as well as board members is going to increase on graduate education. And we need to be there. We need to be ready for that, and make sure that we're moving ahead in the right direction. I think Austin mentioned earlier, we need to get perspective on what they're doing in Europe. We've been ahead of Europe, at least I thought, for decades, and now they're doing things that maybe we should do. We need to find out more about that, make that part maybe of our strategic plan too.
I also think that to answer that question a little bit too is that one, I think there were things done at a systems level. I know that our system did a grow your own to be able to bring diverse faculty members in. And I also know that the program proposals changed to also include how you were going to recruit and retain students. That kind of thing actually was added to that. But I think one of the things that's missing that I think your question actually brings up is that when the undergraduate, like closing the gaps and those kinds of plans are done, there's a follow-up by the coordinating board to report and show where we're at. And at the graduate level, I don't think there has been that follow-up. And that might be something that we can request of the coordinating board, that once we put something through like this and there's some agreement on it, that we actually have some kind of follow-up to show where we're at with some of this. Because I think that's what's been missing. It's been there for an undergraduate plan, but when the graduate plan goes through, I think that institutions and their systems have tried to do things, but there hasn't been an overall follow-up on that.
One thing that we didn't get any traction on was the suggestion of the scholarship program that appears on the last page. That didn't happen. Okay, it was an effort to stimulate something that the commissioner brought up this morning regarding our stipend levels, right? And it was a very innovative suggestion, but it didn't have any traction and didn't result in the desired outcome. So.
What about waivers? I noticed that wasn't mentioned in here too. And I know that the waiving of tuition has been where Texas has been at a real disadvantage from other states.
Medical coverage is another issue.
Dr. Staniswalis brought this up earlier today too, and this is an issue at UTEP. I wonder, what can we do to bring that ahead? I mean, is this something we can take to the legislature?
Because I think, honestly, I know from coming out of state to Texas, one of the things I was surprised by is why anybody would come to graduate education in Texas, because they weren't waiving the tuition.
We need to do it independently, but I guess we can. I guess we can look at it at least and continue this dialogue. This dialogue has been going on for a long time. As was pointed out, it's part of the strategic plan from several years ago, but it keeps coming up. We all are being pressed, and we're all having to find alternative money to cover the tuition. And it's not easy. And I mean, and we've had students call us, international students call us and even students from other states saying, well, wait a minute, I've got, other opportunities, other choices, and it's not enough for me to take it out of my assistantship. So it does put us at a competitive disadvantage. The expectation was that there were going to be more items that might be of interest to us on the legislative agenda, and that we might, I think, again, importantly, as Geac committee members, trying to play an active role in what is going on statewide in graduate education. One way of doing that would be to support any legislative agenda items. As it turns out, James has told us that there aren't any that are general this time around. So, I guess we know that we have an interest in this waiver issue, and I think we can work on that. I'm not sure that we have the ability to make it happen this session, but certainly it's something that we need to plan to get on the agenda at some point. It's the only way that it's going to happen. And with that, is there any other ideas or any other comments regarding related strategic planning, the Higher Education Act, or the legislative agenda?
So yes. Something that I wonder about in the strategic plan and the 18 characteristics, and you talked about that being something that came out of maybe the strategic plan. So I think that there are some of these characteristics that we end up having to have really people self-report because we don't collect the data on it, and there really maybe isn't consistency then from year to year, because then when people change, they maybe do it a different way, because sometimes what they have to do is send a poll out to the faculty and say, how many publications do your students have? And then they come back with a number. So I wonder if, there's any opportunity to perhaps to look at some of these and think about whether or not really we have, I guess, reliable data to compute them. Because I think for us, we have a lot of programs, and so it's a lot of work to try to get some of this data. Some of the data that we can kind of pull from our institutional data, and it's pretty straightforward, but the ones where we really have to go to the departments and where they're really large departments, it's a burden on staff in those programs. And then also, I don't necessarily know if the fidelity of the data is very good. And so I really would like to perhaps revisit some of them. I don't know if others have sort of the same issues, but yes.
James, is there anything that your office can do to help us collect better data?
We're talking specifically for the 18 characteristics. I can tell you the last time that we updated this was 2010. That was the last time, in my recollection, that we changed, we edited and updated the definitions for the characteristics. And actually, Karen, it was right along those lines that we wanted to make sure that there were, as best we could, operational definitions for each of these things. And that's why there's the measure and then there's the operational definition right next to it. Are there some of these that are particularly problematic?
Yeah, I mean, it's really not the definition. It's how you collect the data. And we have 4,000 and something doctoral students, and our programs are not necessarily for every student collecting publication data. And so when we get ready to do this, we have sort of a program contact in every department, and they reach out most of the time to the faculty and say, and then they try to get everybody to respond and collect that data. And so I just think that it is really challenging to have reliable data because it's really, self-reported. I mean, that's the one I think that's, sort of, challenging. The other one is actually funding, because we have data that is probably not really student-specific, I should say. So we have sort of student, level data, but, it gets really hard to kind of tease it out and know for student A, this is exactly how much funding they have in each one of these categories and stuff like that. We can kind of give a per student average, type of thing, but really, so I think that one is also just sort of self-reported more so. So I think it's more of that I'm really, kind of referring to. Not necessarily operational data, it's just that there's some that really we don't have data collection systems in place to collect that data at an student level. And I just, think that then the fidelity of it is really, concern.
Right. So it's those two measures in particular, the student publications and the let's see, where is it? Average financial support provided for those two. Now that those two are also requirements in your annual progress reports. We also collect those two data points in your annual progress reports. So
So I guess what I'm saying is, so I think it's something that we are definitely, we're doing the best that we can, but I just thought I'd bring it up just because, as I said, I think that a lot of it is self-reported. And so sometimes it changes from year to year, and you may think that really something has happened, either that students aren't publishing as much or they are publishing more, and the reality is just because of maybe who's doing it or who responded. So it's
right,
just
right.
Point,
one year, the person responsible for collecting in that department was more diligent and got more complete answers out of students, and then the next year the person was busy and didn't have that much time to follow up, and so some of it fell through the cracks.
Right. And so we're trying to develop something, through with IT, where maybe students really would report data and we would be able to collect it. But I think that's a few years from now, and it's probably going to be a lot of work because it is something that's of interest. But I'm just sort of saying it's very difficult to, I think, collect reliably.
Right.
In support of what Jim said, I know that in several instances, that's one of the first things the program review committees want to see. And so the motivation is to do it as well as possible, and correct it if necessary, but to make it sort of as coherent and current as possible for that review committee. So I agree with you, Karen, that it is a problem to collect it, to be absolutely sure that it is, spot on. But, I think we're not perfect in this regard. The idea is to do the best we can with it. I wouldn't, from our perspective, that's the way we've approached it. And if there was a mistake in the entry in an earlier session, we will correct it and move on. So,
if I could add to that also, we have sort of an additional challenge that we have at UT Austin. We've tried to do the best that we can to provide data centrally to our graduate programs, and in our efforts to do so, we've found that we don't always count. We don't use the same counting methods as our programs, and so we will feed data out to our programs and say, here's the data to use to respond to 18 characteristics, and they'll say, we don't agree with your numbers. Right. And a lot of times we can agree that we're just using different counting methods, and we've added a place for programs to include comments if they want to clarify the data that's being presented in 18 characteristics. But that in itself is a challenge, just even within an institution to have the same sorts of counting methods. And sort of getting back to, Austin, what you had just mentioned about painting the clearest pictures for the review teams or for reviewers, we're just trying to keep our eye on the fact that these 18 characteristics reports will be the first item in these graduate program reviews. And if, to use an example for us, defining core faculty is one of the very most difficult tasks for us and with these measures. And a lot of times what we have decided is to allow the programs to provide as much of an explanation as they need to paint a very clear picture for the review teams. Of course, using the metric that has been asked for by the coordinating board and providing a number, but then describing that number however we need to accurately paint the picture for a review team.
That's particularly a great problem for us because many of our faculty are interdisciplinary and they don't meet the 50% criteria. Okay, so we have to write lengthy explanations as to why this person appears in 3 different places, perhaps. Okay, but it's by design, not by default. All right, so.
Okay, that is a nice segue into Alan Michi's item number 11, discussion of the 18 characteristics of graduate programs and its application to professional programs.
Right, thank you very much. This was brought up in previous Geac meetings as an example of something to follow through with, earlier promises on things. What do we do in the 18 characteristics about professional programs, about first professional programs? Do we include those as considered to be doctoral programs, or are those programs considered to fall into the professional programs like MD degrees, dental degrees, which currently do not apply to the 18 characteristics. Now, this is a subject that Geac has discussed before, but we didn't arrive at any definitive conclusion about that. We never arrived at a particular recommendation about that. So the coordinating board is interested to know what your thoughts are, what Geac's feedback is on whether or not you believe that professional programs should participate in the 18 characteristics. And if so, do they need a different set of criteria? Do they need different definitions of terms? For example, something like faculty productivity in an academic doctoral program is relatively easy to measure in terms of things like faculty publications, poster presentations, juried peer-reviewed articles in journals, but does that apply? Is that really relevant to a professional program? So that would be an example of the kinds of definitions that we're concerned about. We can get into the weeds of exactly what the wording of those alternate definitions might be, what the different criteria, maybe less than 18, of those criteria for the characteristics might be. We can get into the weeds of what those are later, possibly with a subcommittee or in a future meeting. But what we want to get a sense of for now is, do we even want to go there? Do we want first professional programs to be included in the 18 characteristics? On the one hand, just to kind of lay out some of the pros and cons of it, on the one hand, in favor of the idea, it's enormously beneficial to students who are comparing programs from institution to institution. It's very beneficial for students outside of the state to get an idea of what's going on, to get a comparative idea of what the difference is between two different institutions in Texas who are offering the same or similar programs. It's helpful, I hope, to the institutions when it comes time for their annual reviews, their periodic program reviews, for their accreditation reviews. And it also makes things more consistent across the state. All graduate programs at the doctoral level, will be completing in the 18 characteristics. Then again, there's the other side of things where perhaps first professional programs are primarily there for the job market. They're there for regional needs. Students who go to these programs are likely to select their programs based on the geographical location of them rather than state or national reputation. Those are arguments to be made well for perhaps it's not fair for the state to impose this additional reporting burden on institutions where we're already asking quite a lot of you to add more to this. Is this a problem? Is this a solution in search of a problem, in other words? So those are the kind of issues as were laid out. So we'd like to get your feedback on this. Do you have any first thoughts on this?
So I think that most or all of these programs are accredited, and they have to collect this data for the accrediting body.
That's right.
And so I think if we were to require them to submit data, then I think it should be something that is consistent with, say, if it's an MD, what is required for them to collect already as a part of, their accreditation, and if we wanted to kind of create some subset. But I think in general, most of them have this data available on the website because, it's required and students know where to go and see it. So if we think that there's some need to have it in a central, sort of a common place where they could find it, then I think we should pull something, the data that relates to the things that they already have to collect. And I think they have to do diversity. Many times time to degree doesn't matter because a lot of them have, those requirements that you have to finish in a certain number of years or you can't continue. And so that's my thoughts.
Do you think that since accrediting agencies require this data, that it's already sufficiently easy for students to find that data, to find those data?
I think so because most of them, they have they use the national admissions, and therefore it typically gives you guidelines on where to go and look for data from the various, institutions related to, or they may actually, some like law, they actually have like a worksheet, and there's like one common sheet that has a bunch of data on it. So, I'm
sort of thinking that maybe given Karen's suggestion that maybe we could take a different tack with the professional programs in that maybe we could make it more flexible and basically provide a template or an idea of characteristics that each program could fill in the data that they think represents their program. Since since most of them are accredited, especially have special accreditation, they do have data available to them. Let them give us data that they think is representative of their program. It would be different for each probably institution or each program, but the programs in a certain area should come out similar if they're accredited.
Well, in terms of our standardization of the 18 characteristics, I hesitate to get into having 18 characteristics for academic programs, 18 characteristics for dental programs, 18 characteristics for medical programs, 18 characteristics for pharmacy programs. We'd need to have, there probably be just two sets, one for professional programs, one for academic. Am I hearing you right that?
Well, what I'm saying is let's say that there's 10, and we have 10 characteristics that each program, professional program submits whatever they want. And we're not going to try to define them, or if we're going to define them, we only define a limited number and let them provide us with whatever data they have. The idea is that these characteristics are a reference point for students who might be interested in their program. Now, every program already does market themselves, and they tell things that are good about themselves. So, presumably that would be representative in a way that, would be helpful, would be better than what we have now. Go ahead, Sonny.
I just wanted to add that there's a benefit to actually applying the accreditation standards of the professional schools because they're often quite prescriptive. We're on a campus that we're a graduate school of biomedical sciences, but we're amidst 4 other professional schools. And they have very prescriptive accreditation requirements, that which they're required to report. And often now, they're even requiring them to be posted on their websites. So I think one of the things that perhaps we might do is not a priori decide what are the 18 characteristics, but actually look at their accreditation requirements and see how many of those fit into these. That way there's not too much duplication of effort on both sides of the equation.
Some of that work was done. It was a really useful conversation if you want to go back and look at old Geac minutes. At our August 2nd, 2013 meeting, Geac members broke into small groups and went through the 18 characteristics pretty carefully and talked about what some of the alternate criteria would look like for professional programs and talked about how the definitions could be tweaked. I can forward you all a summary of those meetings, or you can find it in the minutes from that date. So some of that work has already been done, and that was an important part of the discussion, was what are the criteria already being used by the accreditation agencies and how do these fit or not fit in with the criteria that are already there in the 18 characteristics. What was left undone after that discussion was, well, what do we do with this information? What did we decide to actually do? Do we want to take the next step and write these into an alternate set of 18 characteristics, or is this too much trouble? Is this too much duplication of effort? Is this going to be useful for students?
I think there's another issue that Sonny actually also brings up, is that many of these professional programs do not answer to graduate deans. They are answered to their own deans. I mean, that's certainly the case for our pharmacy program. So any discussion of whether he would like to have that added reporting burden is not, it's not going to help what I say about it.
I would echo the notion that the accreditation is rigorous and that it's one of the things that I most appreciate about the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board now, is that when it's time for the 7-year review, if you've already gone through having a site team come and evaluate your program. You've written 100 and some page accreditation report that is used in lieu of some separate method of review, and I really appreciate that. Coming from a discipline that has to be accredited every 5 to 10 years, depending on where you are in the cycle, and going through those reviews, I think that there's a tremendous amount of data, and the data that are collected there and the benchmarks that are established there are the ones that matter for that discipline, if you will. And so I think if we can discern some way to if the concern is protecting the public, if there's some way to make those determinations, those programs have already been judged. They've already been measured. They've already been found to be either adequate, not adequate, So I think if we can use that to protect the public, it reduces the amount of work that has to be done by a Texas state agency, thereby saving state dollars, and it also saves a lot of angst, and it makes certain that the criteria, whatever criteria we might come up with in Texas, might not be the same criteria that are come up with for California or New York or New Mexico, and so it allows students to really compare apples to apples. So I don't know exactly what the strategy is for using those accreditation findings, but I really believe that they're the right things that measure that profession.
So
I can't make a motion because I'm not on Geac.
Yeah, I was going to say, can we make a motion well, I guess I would start with
what a motion I would recommend someone make would be recommend that a subcommittee be appointed to consider alternate definitions and criteria for the 18 characteristics for Geac to recommend or not recommend that the coordinating board adopt. And if the creation of the subcommittee is voted down, then I would assume that means there's insufficient interest in pursuing this for the 18 characteristics.
Darren, you're on.
Oh, well, but then he said if we don't make a recommendation that says there's not. Yeah. Okay, I recommend that a subcommittee be formed to perhaps start by reviewing what was produced in August of 2013, and then the outcome would be a recommendation for either having some number of characteristics for first professional doctoral programs or not. So.
And votes to approve the motion. Votes opposed. The motion passes. Thank you very much.
Okay. So can we have volunteers, happy volunteers, submit their willingness to Charles also by the 29th, by January 23rd, the end of next week, for that subcommittee as well.
And I'll send out an email requesting volunteers for all of these committees.
Okay. Those of you from institutions that have a strong representation of first professional programs, of course, have a lot at stake in this, and would encourage you to consider that. By the way, as a point of interest, I saw the Department of Education defines professional programs. There's some discussion of exactly where we draw the line on this. Defines professional programs as Doctor of Chiropractic, Dental Science, Dental Medicine, Juris Doctor for law, medicine, optometry, osteopathic medicine, osteopathy, pharmacy, podiatric medicine. Podiatric? How do you pronounce that? I'm saying podiatry, but how do you say podiatric? Podiatric medicine, podiatry, Master of Divinity, Master of Hebrew Letters, Master of Rabbinical Ordination, and Doctor of Veterinary Medicine. Are there any other professional programs that Geac would like to include in that definition for the purposes of this 18 characteristics subcommittee? Public health. What about EDD? Education doctor. Stacy? No, you don't want to include EDDs as professional
We report our
programs. Okay.
EDD stuff on the 18 characteristics form.
That's right.
Yes, so do we. And I think I think we had this discussion last time. There's been a real confusion about a lot of people put through EDDs that are just like the PhDs. If you compare PhDs and EDDs in education across the state, they're almost identical.
For us, also,
Doctor of Audiology.
we also have PTs and PAs at our program. They're deemed professional along with their accreditation standards.
I'd like to point out that we already have, through the reporting system, we already have defined what are professional practice doctorates. That's already defined.
Okay.
Through the report, if you look up the CBM reporting manual for universities, it'll list for you what are the professional practice doctorates. That's what we're talking about here.
Okay. And my question is Geac okay with that? That's what we want to consider to be for the purposes of 18 characteristics. It would make our lives simpler if you do, that there's consistency across that measure. But I don't sense there's any profound philosophical disagreement with any of those.
Well, I think that's one of those things that the committee that looks at that could also look at that list perhaps and see if it continues to make sense, which I think it probably does, by the way. But you might want to just look at that as a committee and look at that list and see if there needs to be some additions to it or deletions or whatever.
Okay, thanks.
The last two items on the agenda are general issues in graduate education and future agenda items. Does anyone have anything to add? I know this meeting has been a long meeting. It certainly is a great start to 2015 that we could so early on address graduate education in the state of Texas, get ourselves thinking about some of the issues that need to be addressed. I know that that many of you probably have things that are incubating, hopefully, and that our three now subcommittees are going to provide some additional consideration of the items that were brought together today. The way I see the subcommittees working, I'll collect the names and then email out the charges to the committee members. You'll probably need to meet by email or Skype to begin to discuss these items. And then at the next meeting, we'll have a reporting out, and we'll break out into discussion teams to further flush out some of these ideas and report back to the general Geac committee to try to get a consensus on each one of these agenda items. The next meeting, we tentatively are looking at April as a possibility. This is before the legislative session ends. And does anyone see any problems with a mid to late April meeting? Rather do it at that time than in May, although we could certainly schedule it after commencement activities in May, as we did last year. So we'll be in touch. We'll work. Candy and I'll work with the staff to try to bring that together. I want to thank Rex Peebles and David Gardner and James Goeman for helping us today to get an idea of what's going on. And if there are no other items, I'd like to have a motion to adjourn.
I'd like to just say,
Sorry. Sorry,
I'd just like to thank Geac members for your participation in our joint meeting that we had with LTAC on October 13th. We got a lot of good feedback. We had some good responses to the meeting, both the practice and the theory of such a meeting, from members of LTAC and Geac and other people who tuned in. So thank you all for all of those of you who helped make that happen. It helped open the door to future collaborative meetings between the advisory agencies, advisory committees. So it could end up being a very influential meeting. So thanks to all of you for that.
Have a motion? Okay, thank you.
Perfect.